Time. Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Well, perhaps. But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young men, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the wood box full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
60 hours a week? Boy.
Well, Ken, let's take a look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to.
That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. This 40-hour week suits me fine. And some people even work shorter hours nowadays. But by the way, Ken, how'd you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later I'd like to shellac that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
My, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see?
Guys, Euphonor, librarian, VTuber, philosopher, VTuber, playing Wanderstop. Yeah, that's what's going on today. Just want to be a little quick with it. Here's what I've gathered. I've gathered that if I am really quick with it, I'm not gonna be. Frankly, it's just not happening. But if I am, I might be able to finish this game today. And I kind of really want to finish this game today. because it would be a lot better if I could finish this game today. Now, if I couldn't, I could stream it tomorrow too, and then do another stream tomorrow for the 500 subscriber celebration, because I'm planning to do that tomorrow, which, you know, I now have just realized I haven't actually set up yet. I need to go and like, I need to set that up later. I don't know. But that, you know, that could happen just tomorrow. I could just do a random stream leading up to the 500 subscriber stream where we just play more Wanderstop. Frankly, like, I don't actually have to do one stream a day is what I realized. I could just do 2 streams in a day if, you know, if the timing really just doesn't work. To make it a late stream. Is today late? Here's my thing. Since debut, I've had a very inconsistent schedule for streaming, okay? I have streamed at times, so the range for which I have done a live stream, usually, right? It goes start the live stream. I mean, it usually it varies from 4 hours from 4 hours ago, like at this time of day, 4 hours ago, 3 hours ago, 2 hours ago, 1 hour ago, right now, up until like 2-3 hours later than right now. I have, through the course of the past 9 months, like done, like in this entire, it's like what? There's been like a 7-hour window where I've started stream, not when I've ended stream. I've ended stream at like terribly awful late days, like yesterday, and that I didn't even notice. But for my start stream time has varied to that extent very heavily, and that is difficult to deal with. I don't know what. So what I'm trying to say is I don't know where everyone is who watches me. And there's a good amount of people. Most of 40% are from the US. I know that. And then everyone is everywhere else. There's like 1% for everything else. But it's like 40% Americans, which makes sense because my accent is relatively American. And I happen to speak on the same topics that an American internet culture would enjoy, I think. So it makes sense that this makes like this allow this, there's like different people that's like, this is too late, this is too early, Chatroom, help please, what do we do? I don't really know how to deal with that, because the fact of the matter is I'm leaving some people behind. For example, now that I'm streaming a little later than when I did when I first debuted, a lot of the people who live in East Asia who watch me don't get to watch me live anymore, or like at least those time zones, because right now it's like, you know, 2 or 3 a.m. In Japan, I think, or something like that. But because yeah, so if you release a video in English, it's going to be for mostly American audience. Yeah, so I understand that because I speak in English and it's the main language I use for communications in this channel, that it's going to be that, or like some of the select Europeans that watch me. Shout out to Yorkshire. Not because I have that tea today, but because I had that tea last week or 2 weeks ago, and I thought about having it again today, but I was just like, I think water would be just fine. But yes, hello everyone. You know, it's strange. It's a gradual thing, but I have noticed that people who show up constantly, they're consistently to my stream. Like, people are more consistent to my streams than I am to my streams. That's you lot. And that's only been increasing, which is good. Have you tried the tea that's mentioning katosers or not yet? No, not yet. I've not done that yet. I will soon, probably, but yeah. I need to go get it. Time zone gives you more views. I think it's the American. I have to pander to the Americans. So if you're American, congratulations. I'm pandering to you, I think. I also, another thing, so I've been fiddling around my, my channel settings and all that because 500 subscriber stream is coming up, hopefully tomorrow. But I've realized that in my settings and filters, I've disabled links and URLs in my comments and stuff because that prevents, because people who, there are potentially like scam bots that post links in just to spam stuff, and that's bad, right? You don't want that. So I've yet to do this now, but I think I'll actually just go ahead and enable it, and I'm gonna assume nothing bad will happen. The reason why is because I just don't think my channel is big enough for like a scam bot to want to do that, to want to like go in my channel and like type click click here to download more RAM, or to get like, I don't know what people do, like 500, if you click here to get infinite free gems in Clash of Clans or something. Like, I don't know what goes on. Like, click here to be an alpha male. I don't know. Used to be a huge problem like 2 years ago. A bunch of Niji streamers had to deal with it. Yeah, but it's kind of like, I don't really, I'm not a Niji, I'm not nearly as big of a deal as any of the Niji streamers at all. But I've gone ahead and I just enabled that because, again, some people said, oh, like, Kershvenor, can we like post a Discord for people? And I said, fuck you, I'm not doing it. Is what I said. But, in the same breath, I was also like, hey, if you want to do that, I don't want to stop people from doing stuff. I just don't want to like also encourage it either. I think I want it to be as hands-off, influence-free on what the hell people do in my, like, with me and my channel and whatever, for literally anything. So if you want to do that, if you want to link like a Discord or whatever, I don't care. And I think now you are able to do it because I have had that disabled much earlier, maybe months and years ago. There's an experimental feature I've done with Parrot. I've got it working already, so I could preview it to you now, but I'm gonna just like, it's not really a preview, it's not like a flashy thing, it's just like here's a functional change for it so that it's gonna be better going forward. And a lot easier to manage, and also just hopefully more fun. But you'll see stuff like that tomorrow. When I do the 500 subscriber special. And finally, the last thing I need to say is, yes, that's happening tomorrow. And I didn't schedule it. I didn't say it would be tomorrow, but it's gonna be tomorrow. I just haven't made the thumbnail yet, so I can't do the stream preview. I think. Can I? Or what if I just do it now? What if I just do the thumbnail now? What if I just do the scheduling now of the stream and you just watch me work? Like I'm just typing away. Honestly, streams starting later, way better. Okay. Discipline and Punished by Foucault. Yeah, okay. I did that reading stream that one time. It was at an ungodly hour of the day as well for me. I managed to pander to America's hegemony. That's right. Bad idea. Someone's gonna link the most graphic male VTuber fan ARG. If you really want to do that and risk me banning you, then like you can do that. Exercise control and discipline and common sense in figuring out what is allowed and not. And if it's a spam bot, it's a spam bot, whatever. Like, you dust it away. But if you're like a human being and you care about your username, leaving a footprint in my subconscious sometimes, that when I sleep, I'll dream about that username. and like, you know, you want to post something horrible in my like chats or whatever, just because I've lifted some restrictions, then you can do that, and then you're just gone. You're just out of here. Like you are. I'm gonna ban this guy for like 100 years. That's what I would do. So get out of here. So I think you should be able to post links now without YouTube automatically nuking it. No, we wouldn't mind you doing the thumbnail now. Yeah, but like I mind, because this is a gameplay stream for Wanderstop, which is a great game and I enjoy it. But like I also have to, but it's just unfortunate timing that I have to do this shit now. Okay, it's gonna be really late tomorrow anyways, when I do that stream, I think. No, I'm not. I'm fucking doing this shit later. I'm doing this shit later. I can't believe you almost tempted me. I can't believe I was almost tempted by you lot to be like, yeah, I'll just sit here in silence and then just type away and then like go on the YouTube settings and do all of that. I'm not streaming it either. Like there's just, I'm not showing you this. I'm not gonna show you how the sausage is made, okay? It's a magic and it's gonna be kept that way. But anyways, all I want to say is everything is on track and really well paced. Our team should be able to finish everything in time, I think, because our team's already done the full drafts and just needs to render stuff for the emotes and all that. No membership badge thingies, icons yet because, you know, budgetary constraints, but the emotes are like nice and I'm happy with them, I guess. But yeah, I want to get that out of the way before the rest of the week, and you'll know why very shortly. The only thing that might be a problem for getting membership in time is like, you know, for the stream tomorrow, is that I have to submit every time I do, like, including, you know, when I eventually upload my emotes into the membership like thing, YouTube has to like review it manually. And the process can take up to 24 hours. But it could also just take like 20 minutes because I did like a draft of my perks or whatever today. And then YouTube just approved that in about 20 minutes or something. So it could range, I don't know. I have no goddamn clue. No goddamn clue what's happening tomorrow. And I'm going to be extra busy tomorrow because of reasons you don't need to know about. It's unfortunate that nothing I do can be just properly scheduled and for people to know, okay, so when's the thing done? When is it coming out? When are you doing the thing? And I can only go like, I don't know, maybe tomorrow or next week. We'll see. It's done when it's done. But that's how it is. Also, just like, it's gonna... Yeah, never mind. What's happening tomorrow? Tomorrow is probably... I haven't scheduled it yet. I keep saying that shit. Maybe I should just do it now. Fuck it. Maybe I'll just do it now. God damn. Oh my god. Okay. 500 subscriber. 500 subscriber. What's the face I should use? I'm gonna use the Pog face in my thumbnails. Okay. Where's the last instance of the Pog face I have used in my thumbnails? That's very far. Oh, it's for Helltaker. Okay. Okay, Helltaker. Going on a date. God, I wish. I need a breather from all this. Okay. I'm gonna put my face on the right. Wait, I should put Parrot in this one. Where's Parrot? Where did Parrot go in the one? I had a Pog face with Parrot in it. I need that version. Okay, that was the Love in Deep Space period tracker thumbnail. Okay. Okay. Then now on social media. That's probably what I'm gonna do, yeah. Okay, that's me hogging out. Now I'm gonna take the male loneliness epidemic thumbnail and then put the one with parrot on it. I should put all these in a folder so it's easier instead of just going to my old thumbnails and then just copy pasting it. Add a lucky cat that brings fortune. I can't do that. Okay, fine. I'll just fucking show you. No, I know. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I think that's actually gonna show information I shouldn't be showing. Never mind. No, I'm not. I'm not doing that. You're just gonna have to hear my audio description of what I'm doing. Okay. So I've got the thumbnail up, or rather, I've got like I've got just the template of the Library of Alexandria, like dim background set up. I've got my face on the right. I'm pogging. Parrot is there too, and then in the text it's going to be 500 subscriber celebration exclamation mark. How does that sound? Or should it be more like, you know, how do I make it like, how do I make it annoying? I gotta make it more annoying. I need to like, I need to, okay, 500 subscriber milestone. What's the thing they do in like Needy Streamer Overload? What's that? Needy Streamer Overload. Subscriber milestone? Is that what the name, is that what they name it? People have made 7 episodes of this game. What the fuck? I just did 1 stream.
Okay, we got 100,000.
It's pro Jared. Oh. Oh. Okay. A black background with important announcement? No, we're not doing that yet. I'm not. That only works if I have a large enough following to spread that fear and panic and anxiety, like. But I can't like do it yet. Okay, something subtitle, so it's like angel on earth, like comma and then like thanks for the 100K. That's like what the, that's like the needy. Okay, so the title is, no, hold on. So that's just the title. Okay, we figured out the title, but we need to do the 500 needs to be obnoxiously big. Can it be rainbow? Or should it be black and white? Or should it just be like, you know, white? Because my background is like darker black. It's like grays and blacks, I think, are the background. So there should be a white on the text to contrast, right? Should I have the, how do I make the text more obnoxious? I'm using Canva Sans right now. How does it, fuck. Make it hard to look at. You need to cry for the first 5 minutes. Photoshop a PayPal pay stub to appear to be minus $1,000 as the thumbnail. Oh, okay. Like, I'm doing Comic Sans. Okay, I'm using Canva Sans, so let's use Comic. But Comic Sans isn't annoying. Comic Sans is like good. Papyrus Wingdings, but that's illegible. It has to be barely legible, but frustrating. Comic Sans is actually not that frustrating because it's like, no, it's gotta be, okay, you gotta understand, it's gotta be like a corpo vibe. Oh shit, there's like on Canva, there's a whole like corporate font list. That's perfect. Okay. Okay, you know, fuck it, maybe I will stream it. No, I no, I can't do that. I can't do it. It will actually show you shit. I don't think I can show you, but you're gonna have to imagine it, okay? Atkinson hyperlegible. Garrett. Antic. Bernoru semi-condensed. Canva Sans. New Machina. Chunk 5. I'm gonna do Atkinson Hyperlegible. I hear correctly, Comic Sans is good. Comic Sans helps, from what I understand, is one of the most commonly used fonts that is easier for dyslexic, that is made easier for dyslexic people to read. Or like it makes it easier for dyslexic people. Like that's what from what I understand. I don't know though, because my experiences with dyslexia are quite limited. But anyways, 500 subscribers celebrate. The thumbnail needs to be like, no, but it's got to be like big, like a neon sign, right? Like it's neon sign. How do you make a neon sign with neon sign 500? Neon sign. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. No, like 500, not 5 o'clock. Strip club sign. No. Damn, I've gotta. Okay, there's like a vibe you have to understand. There's like a YouTube play button. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. I gotta do that. I gotta put all the YouTube play buttons in now. YouTube play button PNG. Okay. Play button. No, not like the play button, but like the award. Play button award. Gold play button. Yes. Okay. Gold play button PNG. It's just AI slop that's coming out. Fuck off. God damn it. You don't know how annoyed I am by this. Like the Philip DeFranco background covered in YouTube play buttons. But I don't want to do what Philip DeFranco's doing. You know? I don't want to do that. Damn. Okay, gold play button PNG. I need a PNG, but then all the fucking PNGs are bad. The first one is AI generated. The second thing is AI generated. The third thing is AI generated. The fourth thing is bad. The fifth thing is garbage. The sixth thing is not what I'm looking for. 7, 8, 9, 10 as well. Fucking goddamn it. PNG tree. There we are. Gold YouTube silver play button PNG images. It's got a watermark on it. I think that's perfect. Okay. 500, maybe just 500 celebration. I feel like the subscriber is too much of a mouthful. Like it doesn't make sense to me to have that many words. You know what I mean? That's too many words. People are not patient enough to read all those words. Okay, I've got the play button. Should the play button be on the top or should it be on the bottom? Because if it's in the middle, oh, maybe that's where it should be. It's precisely because it's too eye-catching. It should be right in the middle. Yes. And then I put 500 on top of it. Yes. Feel Jack's Films hashtag. I don't want to take other people's things. I don't want to do that. I don't want to like just. I don't want to rob the parodies that other people make. 500 celebration exclamation mark. What else can we do? Italics. What if it's in italics? It doesn't need to be in italics. Okay. What if we add effects to it? What if we add like an outline, a shadow, a neon? Yes. Brilliant. Okay. There's a neon style on Canva. By the way, I'm using free Canva, not like, you know, Canva with the premium features, because I can't, I'm not paying for that. And so sometimes when I need to make my own PNGs with like my own screen grabs, what I do is I go on like, when I need to like do a thumbnail face, what I do is I take a screenshot. This is how the sausage is made, okay? So close your ears if you don't want to hear how the sausage is made. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll just have like, I'll just take a screenshot of myself on my application, and then there's like a background. It's like a white background, right? So then I run it through like a filter, or not a filter. I put the screenshot on my desktop on my like Windows computer, and my Windows computer has an inbuilt like photo editing option where it can remove the background, and it's like, but it's like not very it's not very good, but it is convenient, and it's like, you know, it's fast. So I do that and I run it through so that it removes it, and it does a pretty okay job, honestly. And then I take that now PNG and I port it into Canva, and then on Canva I do like one of the 5 fonts I have. I put up a background. I put like the PNG, or put like the image of like the game, the video game, or the thing that is relevant to whatever I'm doing in the stream. And if I don't have any of those, I just put in a Library of Alexandria thumbnail. So you might not know what I'm referring to, but like if you just look at my channel, let me just go on my channel right now, and you go into my like live history, you go in the look at the male loneliness epidemic thumbnail. That's what I mean by that's the default like librarian, the library background. Okay, that's when it's just like me. It would just be like me in black, like just a black background if it were like otherwise. That's the function it serves. How about adding a ton of YouTube like icons in the background and the subscribe button? Oh no, I don't know if I want to do that, because that's like, I feel like that does like, that's a little like too annoying. That's like a good idea, but we're trying to walk this line where it's like, it's annoying if you understand how I feel about these things, and it's not too bad if you don't know how I feel about it. You know what I mean? Like and I feel like if I do all of the engagements or whatever on the thumbnail, it's too obvious that I'm making a joke out of it. So, but it's gotta be like kind of subtle. Love how the busts of Socrates are different every thumbnail. It's a bust of Plato, I think. Or is it Socrates? I don't remember. Love that they're different. Yeah, there's 2 thumbnails for Symposium, and I just use different ones. Like, I use 2 versions of my thumbnail because I used the updated version first, and then for the second part 2 stream, because I didn't think I would need a part 2 stream to finish it, but I did. I ended up just using the old first version 1 thumbnail for part 2. I don't know if that makes any sense to anyone in this world. Like, that is okay, probably not in this world, but you know, I don't know if that makes a lick of sense at all, but that's what I was doing. Okay, we've got it. 500 celebration, and it's pretty big. Oh, I know. I can put this on top of the videos like thing, and I can just shrink my face a bit. There we go. Yes. Or I can even enlarge my face and just have it block off 500 celebration a bit. Because, like, you know, why not, right? Who cares? Okay. Now we just make the gold play button a bit bigger so you can see the Yes. Perfect. It's a work of art. It's a work of art. You don't understand my art. The PNG, the watermarks for the PNG extend past the play button, so you actually see the watermark extend. Okay, what's the title? The title is I just make it less simple, just 500. Okay, for like not the title of the stream, but the title of the file, which I'm going to upload back into my schedule live stream thing. Okay, schedule stream, and then reuse the male loneliness epidemic stream. Okay, the consumerist update. Thank you for 500. I was debating whether to do this tomorrow or the day after, because if I do it the day after, here's the thing, right? If I do this celebration stream on Tuesday, what I would do if I were to do it the day after is I would I would name it, I would do everything the same, except I would name it like thank you for 500,000. And then I would, in the entire stream, I would just pretend, the joke would be like, I'm pretending like I have 500,000 subscribers or something. I don't know. But then I realized the joke would kind of wear itself out after about 10 minutes. But I have more than 10 minutes of things planned, and like most of what's in the video is kind of unironic. So for there to be like an ironic undertone for the joke, like it's hard to separate what is like a genuine appreciation and what is like, you know, I'm making fun of something. So I've decided not to do that. I've just wanted to tell you that I've decided not to do that. The consumerist update, thank you for 500. Okay. Hold on. I know exactly what to put the description as. Chairman definition. Google, DuckDuckGo. Okay, let's see. Oh no, what is a chairman? Okay. No, Collins education. No. No, chairman of a company. Yes. No. No, that's too informal. Wait, no. Chairman versus CEO. Okay. Indeed. Yes, indeed.com. That's what I was looking for. I saw this earlier. Where, so I scroll down. The chairperson's duties are mainly outside of the day-to-day operations of the company. They're responsible for the external decision and policy making of the company. This is to give the CEO sufficient flexibility to run the company. No. Okay, hold on. It's got to be like the chairperson occupies the highest position among. Yes. Okay. We found it. Okay. The chairperson occupies the highest position amongst the board of directors or trustees, therefore they're ranked lower than the CEO. The only exception being where someone occupies dual positions of chairperson and CEO of a company. The scope of the chairperson's powers pertains to the board of directors or board of trustees. They control all members of the board and all non-executive and executive staff of the company. Yep, there we go. Okay. The is it okay? I need everyone's opinion now. Again, aren't you glad you consulted us? Yeah, of course I am. I need everyone's opinion on this now. Should it be the consumerist update or the consumerism update? Because I feel like the consumerism update makes more sense, but it's a bit more of a mouthful, and I just don't know if it rolls off the tongue very well. It has to be branded and marketable, right? What is a chairman? What is a man? No, that's for like next week or something. Use Brian Thompson's job description for the United Healthcare website. Oh, was he a chairperson though? He was just a CEO. He wasn't a chairperson. No, he wasn't. That's a really good idea for something else, but like that's not. But he's not. Was he? Hold on. That's such a good idea, though. I love that idea so much. That's so good. But he's a CEO. He's not like a chairperson. United Healthcare website. Is it still on there? United Healthcare. You're watching the sausage being made right now. No, I don't want to see the killing of it. I want to see like his job description. Damn. I don't think we can find it. Consumerism? Okay. Yep. That seems to be the consensus here. That's fine. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Chief Executive Officer. Yeah, but it's like not. Wait, what about his LinkedIn profile? Okay, that's no. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. It was a cool idea, but I don't think that works. I don't think it carries the tone very well either. And also, it is a bit like, it is mildly insensitive to joke about it. I think it's funny, but it's also insensitive, and you have to kind of like, you can't, just because something's funny doesn't mean it's not other things. And I want to acknowledge that it's both funny and insensitive. The chairman of China. I could, no, it's not the same, because it has to be, it's more like a definition that I'm going for exactly. But yeah, I'm appreciating the suggestions. Articles will tell you the job description. No, but I want to hear it from like the company. Does it make sense? I don't know. Whatever. Anyways, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Okay, just ignore that. Ignore the idea. It is really funny though, but I'm not doing it. Because it's one thing to recognize like this is probably a joke that's humorous, and also to be like, well, the joke is kind of insensitive though, and I do not want it to come across that way, so I'm not going to. Because that's not the goal. The goal isn't to like, you know, clown over the grave or whatever that is of someone. It's more like, because that's not the spirit of the stream. The spirit of the stream is not about that. It's not that I mind, it's just that's not what it's about. Okay, so now that we figured that we've got the thumbnail ready, I figured out the title. I'm just polishing the description, but we can change the description later. That's fine. Okay, now I go and pick out the 500. Okay, but the biggest thing that was helpful for this is probably that your guys, according to your guys' input, is the change from consumerist to consumerism update. That was something I was a bit torn on, so I appreciate the members only. Oh shit, that's already here. Okay. Anyways, customization. Yep. I don't think I'll ever do a members only stream, by the way, just in my life in general. Let's see, when do I do this stream? It's gonna be much later. It's gonna be quite late. Okay, I have it set. I think I have scheduled it. Everyone should, if you go on my channel right now and you refresh, you should be able to see it. Members only watch alongs would be fun. I've thought about what a members only thing could be, and watch along seems to be the best alternative to that. So the idea is, I want to make certain things that are member only, but then I want to, but only for like a limited amount of time, and then afterwards, maybe like a month later, it's accessible to the public. That's the idea. The idea is everything that is members. I think I'm okay with members only things, provided that eventually I release it publicly anyways. Members only without opening membership does sound hilarious. It is funny, but like there's not much to do with the, you can't really extend the joke. It's like, you know, the joke is there and then you laugh at it and then that's over. God, it's at 10 for you. I'm sorry. My apologies. 10 p.m. on a Monday. It's like not good. It's not obnoxious enough. I know, but it's like, it has to be just a little obnoxious, but not too far that it's like obvious that I'm creating a parody and satire. Because that's how you walk the line. The line of parody, in my opinion, is either you commit completely to it being the most absurd version of it possible, or you sneak in the absurdity little by little. And then you dial it up as it goes. You can't start at 100%. You start at maybe like 10%, and then it ramps up slowly. And then before you know it, you'll realize, oh, this is satire, right? No commitment. That's not what like. That's not what that is. Also, yeah, someone. Before we begin the game, because I want to get this out of the way before I go into the video game and talk about it. But like someone, I didn't see this because I don't check it very often. But is it like community? On my community tab, someone mentioned me in a post. Not in a comment on my things, but someone made a post themselves and then added me. This is a post from someone called Skylar who showed up to my stream like 6 months ago. And they're just like, hey, thank you for having me on your stream. And it was like nice things being said. But one of the things that this person said was, and I'll quote them here, right? And I only saw this now because I'm an idiot and I don't check this. I didn't check this tab. So I didn't see this until like today. And this is 6 months ago. So this person was kind of like, hey, thanks for having me on your stream and replying to my comments, even though I'm autistic and probably don't deserve it. The fact that you took the time to even notice me made me feel seen and heard. Now, I appreciate the sentiment of that, Skylar. I don't think, Skylar, this person is here. I don't think you are. But I do want to lambast you a little bit. Because I will not have you talk yourself down like that just because of your neurodivergence. Like, I don't think that is acceptable. And I think you should, if the reason you're saying this is because other people have reinforced in your life that that's what you should believe in, it's gonna be hard to believe. It's gonna be hard to hear, but they're all wrong. They are all like, they're all incorrect. So don't feel as though I extended like an olive branch to you and listened to you and heard your comment and like took the time to reply to it, and that was like an unusually nice thing. I did the bare minimum. I did not treat you very well, like especially. This is the bare minimum that should be like done, and I want you to know that that's my disagreement with with what you have said about yourself. And I understand that this is what you're saying about yourself, so I don't have much, like, you know, you shouldn't just listen to me and follow whatever the hell I'm saying and just nod along and agree. But I hope that you'll consider my perspective, and hopefully that will help change yours. That's reply to a message I saw just now but was sent to me 6 months ago. But it wasn't a message, it was like a public post. It was adding me, but then I just didn't see it because, you know, I don't ever go to the community tab of my thing. All right, anyways, that's over. That's the end of it. That's all the housekeeping. I think that's everything in the house to keep. Is that correct? What's with you and replying months later? So it's just, if YouTube doesn't give me a notification, I don't see it. That's the thing, essentially. And I completely forgotten to check my email inbox for the past few months, right? So that's the reason. But like and I just didn't know it was a thing because I didn't get a notification for it. But if I get a notification for it, I will check almost immediately. Okay? Almost immediately I will check something if I get a notification for it. That's it. That's everything. That's everything I wanted to talk about for the consumerism update that's happening tomorrow. I've scheduled it now. There will be membership things enabled and there will be super chat things enabled, which I probably should put in like the thumbnail now that I'm thinking about it. I'll figure that out. I'll figure that out later. I'll adjust the thumbnail later. I can adjust the thumbnail. I can adjust it. But for now, we're gonna play Wanderstop, which is a game about drinking tea. It's a game about brewing tea, actually. A tea shop. And it should be a relatively relaxed, chill experience. Did you put the TM in there yet? I don't think I want to trademark it. I feel like I don't want to fight those people in that free market. You know what I mean? Maybe I will though. You've planted the suggestion in my brain, even though I've considered it. But now that you've planted it in an alternate perspective, I need to think about that again. One of these days, you should do a maximalist thumbnail. I think I'll do that for 1,000. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, that's gonna be hopefully fun and just interesting somewhat. And if it's too late for your time zone, I'm sorry. What might reassure you is that the stream we're doing tomorrow is probably gonna be short enough that it shouldn't be too much of a problem if it's late, because it's only gonna be maybe an hour or two at most, and I'm gonna try very hard to keep it down to that. I wanted to, but maybe I'll do that later, set up a poll for people to ask questions, but I thought maybe I'll just have it be a live Q&A rather than like a pre-responded Q&A. So I want to just let everyone know as well that are we here now? Can you hear the game as I load into it? You should. My OBS is just screwed. Damn it. Asleep problems not gonna ruin my sleeping schedule for a VTuber. Wise choice. Wise choice. I think that's the way it should be. But yeah, tomorrow's gonna be fun, and you're gonna see the emotes, and I think the emotes are cool. Yes, that's all I wanted to say. If the game's not working out fine, let me know. But otherwise, I'm assuming it's running okay. Let me look again. It should be okay. Thanks for the 500. I hate you all and read more books. End of stream. You can't just spoil the whole stream like that. You can't just do that. You can't just spoil exactly everything I had planned beat by beat for what I would do in a milestone celebration stream. You can't just do that. But I'm going to do a Q&A tomorrow, but it's going to be a live Q&A. I don't want it to be a pre-planned Q&A, I think, because I want people to ask those questions as they come up naturally in the conversation more than just... Because then I have to like organize it and sort it as well, and there might not be a good flow to it. But I'm saying this now so everyone knows, if you have a question in mind you want to ask, you can just keep it in your head, or maybe even written down or whatever, and then just ask me tomorrow. I'm gonna set up like a whole, there's like gonna be a whole application platform or whatever to do that, and you can just ask me stuff. And the difference between that and like, you know, regularly popping into my stream and ask questions is this: you can just make it anonymous, and you don't have to go through the trouble of making a new anonymous YouTube account or whatever to ask that question. You can just like type in a question anonymously and ask it. And I imagine that people who are, for example, might be embarrassed to have their name associated with the question they're asking could just ask that without judgment and embarrassment or fear. You can have free submitted for people who can't make it live. Good idea and point. I will do that, I think. Also, the game's volume is not very loud, so I'm gonna just adjust it back up a bit, maybe. Should be okay, right? You can use straw page? Probably. I was thinking of using something else, but straw page might actually be easier now that I'm thinking about it. I was gonna use like Slides Go or something, because it would have been like a Zoom meeting. You know what I mean? That's like the vibe, right? Like it'd be like a Google Docs. That's not good. We're not doing Google. We're not doing the Google survey thing. We're not actually. No, we're not doing that. No, because you have to like sign in and do a whole like Google account. Anonymously request that you say you. Okay, so the thing is like, if you want to send anything anonymous, you probably want to be a little like careful with me not immediately being able to tell who it's from, right? I don't know. Hello, Miss. Borrow's having a thought for if you might indulge me. Oh, now it's a bit too loud. Sorry. But I've noticed that the pictures inside the shop appear to have stayed exactly as they were before. Anything that was inside a picture frame is still here with us now. Therefore, I'm thinking that perhaps it would be good for us to use the camera to build up some photo memories. After all, if we're going to lose it all again, we can have something to remember by. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Alright, I'll do that. Maybe we can do straw page. I was thinking of doing the corpo shit, like the Slides Go, and it would be perfect. It'd be like a LinkedIn. You guys on like r/LinkedIn lunatics? I just discovered that sub recently, and it's pretty funny to me. There's a subreddit called r/LinkedIn lunatics, and people there, it's, you know, it's exactly as the description, you know. There are people who are really insane. And like one of them is like a mother. There was like a post that's like, I asked my 10-year-old kid what he expected for his birthday surprise tomorrow, and then my kid said, oh my god, is it the fact that I'll get to meet a, is it, what was my birthday surprise? Will I get to meet a billionaire or something? And it was really funny. It was so good. Oh man. He's like a really close picture of Grumo's face. Who's Grumo again? Is this guy Grumo? That's Ren. Where Alta? I thought it just occurred to me. I've had a bit of time to rest and recover, and I'm feeling wonderfully restored. Why don't you spar with me for a bit? Nah. In fact, there's a new form of approach I've been developing. What do you say? Yeah, okay, let's do it. Alright, we're gonna go fight him now. Another Reddit stream? No, no. But it's just like, I just wanted to bring it up that it's so funny. There's also like LinkedIn my recent guilty pleasure are like LinkedIn, the big guy. Isn't Ren like the biggest guy? You mean Boro? But like my one of my recent guilty pleasures is indulging in LinkedIn parody accounts. There's like a guy, I forget what his name is, but he does like bits on LinkedIn that's like, here's how I like realized I needed to like how you gain financial freedom, and then the post is about how he like, you know, he abandons his 2 kids in like an orphanage because they're like a deficit to his income or something. It's like something like that. I don't remember what exactly it was, but that's the vibe, and it's so good. I have a really good question, but it's also one I wouldn't mind asking for my name, you know? That's fair then, you can do that too. You can put your name on... So the idea for the Q&A was like, you can put your name on the question, or you can choose not to, and it's entirely up to you. I think that's the idea. Here you are, shall we begin? I've longed for this. I'll say a brief blessing. To fight is to bring one's true self to the forefront. Let us meet here as equals to the test and push one another. I'll bring my best true self as I hope you will too. In this, I think all things are well. Okay, I'm ready. Excuse me. Would you like to warm up with stance training, or would you prefer to go right into approaches? I shall defer to you. Just died. We've just begun. Surely there's a normal queasiness of body warming itself. No, I'm like, I've got a condition. You've been a little out of practice, that's all. Yeah, okay, let's keep going. Please speak the word when you wish to commence. Okay. I might need to sit down. Me when any slight confrontation with another person. Hey man. Warrior, I'm very glad to see you're coming to. Ah! Please do not worry, you were only unconscious very briefly. Are you feeling okay? Something's wrong with me, Ren. I haven't been able to fight or to travel. I keep passing out. I can't even carry my sword. I want to spar with you, but I can't. My body just won't let me. What is the reason for this malady? What caused it to happen? I don't know. It just started happening. I don't know why. I feel so weak. I feel pathetic. Warrior Alto, you are too modest. You say that you are weak, yet I can see an undeniable passion in your eyes. The fire in your heart, it is indomitable, no matter these current circumstances. No, there is simply a misunderstanding. Your heart is testing you, and you must be brave. Heart has nothing to do with it, Ren. I literally cannot lift my sword out of the ground. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. A tremendous setback has crossed your path, but our setbacks define us. We are our truest selves when we are being tested. It's a test of your determination of your will. You must not give up no matter the cost. Please don't give up on the warrior spirit. I've already tried many times, and that is what will make your victory so breathtaking. You will have stared into the face of unrelenting hopelessness and bellowed with laughter. I can see it so clearly, the thrilling fruits of your persistence. But then I need to figure out what's wrong with me first. I'm in no condition for combat right now. You and I are as brethren to one another. We are in this together. I promise I'll fight by your side until we have cured whatever ails you. Allow me to meditate on this. I'll come back to you when I have a proposal. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we're going through a bit of a crisis here. I thought we were doing fine in the tea shop. Honestly, I was expecting to just do more planting, but I guess not. You guys ever watch those YouTube channels that narrate Reddit posts? No, because people who narrate stuff do it at a pace that's slower than I want it to be. And also a lot of them now are AI, just like AI generated, like, or like just like not AI specifically, but like, you know, they're just speech bots that just read out a text, and I would rather not, because they don't have the ability to interpret what's going on in the post to give it the proper emotion it does. So I would rather just read it myself. Just 2 times. No, but like, you don't understand. Like, I'll just read it myself. I already 2x on like most YouTube videos, okay? To the person who has been sending me packages, Detective Greyline here, I got your second package, and lo and behold, contained the exact evidence, excuse me. It contained the exact evidence I needed in the case of Mrs. Oxford, and the haunted clock that appeared in a window every evening. I'm sending you the clock in question. It's likely not haunted. I'll be honest, this one was vexing me for years, and the fact that you solved it just by sending me the answer is quite troubling for a detective as accomplished and capable as I. In fact, it's the second time you've solved a case for me in this fashion. When will it stop? When will I, Detective Greyline, solve another case purely of my own intellect? I didn't get to be a celebrity sleuth by being handed the answers. Mark my words, I will solve the next case before you're able to solve it for me. The race is on. So, like, when I read something out loud just like that, right? Normally it's, I would say, like, it's 30% slower than how I read it in my head. I read things really quickly. Like, text processes in my head much faster than my mouth can, which is why sometimes I'll stumble over my words. And part of me streaming is hopefully, like, overcoming that. To the person who put my lost parcel in the mail, thank you for your good deed. You returned my parcel when it would have been easy to walk off with it yourself. The package contained a sacred cloak, the only one of its kind and valuable to me. I've attached a photograph of myself wearing the cloak to show you its majesty. Without your generosity, I would be truly lost. Thank you again, Olivia the Owlmancer. Oh, that's a nice cloak. Alright, let's hang it up. Put it here. Can't see shit on there. Okay, let's put it up then. I wish you could just see it more clearly. like while you're holding it. I guess not. It's a nice cloak. Okay. Just like it when the narrators have the personalities and they add on to the posts. That I think is fair. So if they do like if they're reading a post and like they're also kind of injecting their personality into it, that I can see why one would enjoy that. I personally still just read them off of Reddit, but I can imagine myself enjoying that as well. I think I ran across one that the Reddit post was read by ChatGPT. It's everywhere. There are even videos, not even like Reddit posts, right? But straight up just videos that are entirely AI generated or mostly AI generated, you can tell. Like the script was written by AI. The images feel very like clunky and just... So I was watching... As part of like, you know, karaoke months ago, I was just like watching through some Pentatonics music videos, right? And then I got recommended a video that's like Pentatonics, like, and their controversial past or something. I was like, what the fuck is that? That makes no sense. But the curiosity got the better of me. So I right clicked and I opened a private new tab, right? To like watch the video so it wouldn't be in my watch history and fuck up my algorithm like that. And it was just like, the whole thing was AI generated slop. Like the thumbnail was the AI generated for sure. Like, no, okay, maybe not the thumbnail, I don't know. But the rest, the voice definitely was like a speech bot. The script was definitely generated because there was just no soul in this. And there was like information that was made up. Like it just started hallucinating shit. The script, I mean, like, and making things. I was like, no, this didn't happen to like Scott and Mitch. What? And I looked it up, and it's like, yeah, that did not happen. But then they were making shit up in the video. And then there were like, you know, stock images, or not stock images, but like Google images of the people from Pentatonics being like there as well. I don't know why it's there. It confuses me a lot. Like the whole thing. Well, it did until I realized that, oh, it turns out that the whole thing's AI generated. Then it made it a lot clearer for me. But before I figured that out, it was fucked up. Like the whole time I was trying to understand, I was like, this doesn't check out. This doesn't make sense. Why did you write this? What? Why would you say that? And then I realized, no, it's because nobody is saying it. You know? You just read or do you reply also? I never reply to anything. I have minimized my digital footprint because I think I am the only, it feels, you know, of course it feels that way because you have a bias because you only see people who do post, right? But it feels like I'm the only person who has this sort of anxiety with engaging online in any capacity, and my digital footprint being traced back to me in any capacity as well. Like I never reply to posts with my opinions. I'm just reading it and going like, yeah, okay. I'll like upvote and I'll downvote stuff maybe that I agree, or like I don't downvote stuff I disagree with. I downvote stuff I think is of low quality. Because sometimes there are things I disagree with that I'm still like, this is a good quality response. I'm gonna upvote it anyways. But I don't post anything. I don't comment anything. I don't reply to anything. And all of my online aliases have nothing to do with my personal identity. So it hopefully is hard to track. ASOP is truly a fever dream. I do find the wackiest ones funny though. Like, what if Superman opened a mattress store in Delaware? There's like, but like that's the thing with that stuff is even that's like not as good as the OG. You know what the it's a new character. You know the OG like AIs, not AI stuff, but like the OG insane what ifs are. Like, is anyone here like a Dragon Ball fan, or like at least is aware of what's going on in like, or the community memes in Dragon Ball? Because like one of them is like, what if Goku was locked and betrayed in a time chamber for 10,000 years, and then it's like 5 hours. Welcome to Wanderstop. It's the tea shop. Tea? Oh, goodness. You see, in my hometown, we're forbidden to drink tea, so, yeah. But it sounds like we aren't in your hometown, right? Right, of course it's true, but, well, it's just that they said it's forbidden and no tea ever and that sort of thing, so, it wouldn't be allowed, you know? I couldn't. Sounds to me like you definitely want tea. What? No, haha, no way, what? No. What kind of tea do you want? What kind of tea? Do I get to pick? Yeah, like, what do you want me to put in the tea? I don't know. How about books? Book tea coming right up. Great. All right, we're doing book tea now. Username on Reddit is different from all my other usernames, so the footprint on that is relatively low. My username for everything is different for everything, and that is the only change that's been made for that is like when I do shit on my account now, on like Karasufanor. Because I need to intentionally make it so that the footprint is easier to trail. So you can like, you know, so there's some level of consistency and you're aware of like what I want. Or like what I care about. Not what I want, but what I care about. Evil Goku and tea and stuff. Exactly. Like that shit was there before the AI generated slop happened, okay? So again, once again, AI isn't making anything. AI is just, you know, doing a less interesting thing than what we humans have already done, which is make 10,000 what if Goku had HIV instead of his heart virus during the Cell arc. Like and then it's like a 29-part series on YouTube. I swear to God that's real, and I swear you can find that shit. Like the Dragon Ball fandom is hilarious. It's so good. I thought you were talking about how Gohan Blanco was manifested to be canon. That shit is also wild to me. Like I remember, like I was there in the ancient days, like when the text was written, when Gohan Blanco was a meme and the community, and then they made a new film for Dragon Ball where Gohan gets a new form that's straight up the white hair as well. So Gohan Blanco is real. That's crazy. Drop the link? You can just find it on YouTube. What if Goku had AIDS or something? You will find the what if Dragon Ball stuff is so like, I've never really watched it, and I like to joke about it because it sounds ridiculous to me. But I also like, I love this stuff existing. Like I love that this exists. It's not for me, I think, but I love that exists. And the fact that AI is like trying to imitate that greatness is never, it's like, you know, you're never going to be good enough. You're never going to approach the masters. You know that other in comics that's like, will I ever be as good as the masters? And then, you know, like it's like all the AI bots trying to copy each other. And then the one on the panel that's like, yes, I'm the best, is like the guy making the what if Goku was betrayed and locked in the time chamber for 10,000 years, or like what if Vegeta slept with Goku's wife or something. Like it's shit like that. That's like, yeah, they're the masters of the craft. Just changed your Twitter name. You did? What's your Twitter? Okay, that's never mind. I was gonna ask what your Twitter name is now, but like that would that I feel like that defeats the point. I don't know. So never mind. Don't answer me. I need yellow with blue on the side. That's what I need. But yeah, I guess continuing from the AI talk yesterday, if we have to do that, because I didn't realize how late it was when I was talking about it. And so I never really got to finish all my thoughts. And I don't quite remember where I got them. Or like, sorry, where my thoughts were, where I got to, not where I got them. Let's go into your replies and look. It's there, 5 head. Oh, fair enough. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. But like the Studio Ghibli, okay, so to refresh people who weren't here, because it was really late yesterday, right? There's a stream I did where I talked about the... What? The cool woe bush is not that? Oh shit, what could it be then? I don't even know what the small hybrids could possibly be. I guess that doesn't matter. Wait, I need a book. I need a book tea. Which one's a book tea? Caffeine, temporary amnesia, tasteless, returns your thoughts to a time of innocence. Taste of ginger and well-worn leather. I feel like that should be it, right? Wailing fruit. So it's yellow surrounded by something. What is it surrounded by? Okay, we don't know. We'll see. It's time to find out. I just remember the fake consoles like that Cube Xbox 720. Truly, yeah, it would lack the aura of them. Okay. I have, you know, like how people now have to do like an AI disclosure thing? I feel like I have to do that as well. Because, believe it or not, right? I also was a big fan of AI back when it came out. I was hugely into it. Sorry, I forgot I was providing context. The context I was supposed to be providing was for yesterday's discussions that I spent like 2 hours ranting about, and I've already forgotten most of what I've said. So I'm gonna retread. I'm gonna rewalk treaded ground here, okay? But I essentially made a big, like, long rant session yesterday towards the end of the stream where I just walked around and instead of doing the objectives in the game, complaining about the people who unironically want to put like Studio Ghibli filters on everything they do now, and almost partly as a response to Miyazaki-san going like, I feel like AI is an affront to life itself, which is honestly the most succinct way to put it. It is an affront to human life itself. That's what it is. AI can't recreate the magic of the slideshow animation of Mario making out with Sonic. What made you change your mind? I don't think my mind ever changed per se, but I don't know. It's almost like the biggest thing, because I'd be lying if I said, oh, it was the moral reason, or it was because I was more informed and I was well educated on the matter, so I stopped thinking a certain way. No, my mind doesn't change when I'm better educated on something. My mind changes when like something like just emotionally resonates with me in such a strong way, good, like whether or not it's a good or a bad thing, that I cannot help but like feel so differently about the thing than what it was and never see it the same again. It's kind of like you'll listen to Kanye West Graduation, you'll be like, yeah, it's a bop, and then all it takes, I don't know about if it's just you, right, but like, or just me, or like if this also applies to you, but all it takes is like one stream. All it takes is one stream for like not stream, sorry, one video of Kanye, like, you know, going off on the most anti-Semitic tangent you've ever seen on like live TV or something. You'd be like, oh, okay. Maybe something that's a little more like familiar would be like the JonTron thing, right? Where, you know, all it really takes is one stream or like one moment where they go mask off and they give their hot takes that they think they're being oppressed for having, when in reality it's just because it's a stupid fucking dumbass like opinion to have that's barely qualifies as an opinion, but in this day and age I suppose technically we have to qualify it as an opinion. Shit like that, where for me the moral aspect is not strictly speaking why I'm like I can't do it anymore and I can't watch their content or like I can't enjoy this thing. It is actually strictly like an ick, like I'm just grossed out by this person. Like I don't like the idea of this person anymore. I can't even try to enjoy this because it wouldn't be the same. Whoa! There we go. That's the book. That's the book fruit. Wonderful. And so it's not that my mind was changed because of a sort of a reasoning or like a logical stance, but I was really convinced when emotionally I thought, yeah, this is fucking cringe. I can't deal with this anymore. Never mind. That's how it changes, right? And so for AI, for generative AI, you remember all those anti-feminist YouTube channels? No, and I'm grateful that I don't. I'm grateful I never had to battle through that and get out. The closest I've had is like Ben Shapiro like compilations, I guess. But it didn't take too long for me to break out of that as well and realize, oh, this is fucking dog shit. You know what I mean? Like, it did not take that long. Let me drink this tea and then dump the rest of it so we can make a new batch. I suppose we can drink it here. Let's drink this tea now. You lucky one? Yeah, I am.
Oh my god. What the hell is this? Ugh, my entire face is on fire. It's almost like I'm gonna vomit. Hang on. Hang on. Ooh, I can't think clearly. My whole brain is like...
Alright, I need to set the volume. Is there like no voice acting volume? Alright, whatever.
I'm being swallowed by a... Ugh. Wow. Okay. Ooh, I think it's starting to calm down now. Oh my god. For the love of all that's holy, what on earth did I just drink?
I don't remember. I did it. I made it like last session.
Okay, so... when do I get the feeling of being centered and calm? I don't feel anything yet, just... terrible. Ugh. Is the calmness on its way? Hello? Nothing? I don't feel anything. Well, I feel like magma got poured down my throat. Other than that, I feel nothing. Whew. What a bunch of nonsense.
Okay. A sort of reflection. Oh god, my game's lagging. Hello, hello. Okay. I'm back, I'm back. I think I'm back. But, Mouth salsa verde. You probably understand then when I say I have been spice free for most of my life, and recently I realized like I need to. So okay, I had like I can't have anything spicy at all, but it's not because I don't like it, it's because I can't. I'm not good at it. So part of that has informed me of my current, approach to spicy food, which is to try to push the limits every time and just slowly learn it, right? I think this started when I had, for the first time in my life, one of my friends had homemade biryani, and I was like, I never had biryani prior to that encounter, right? And of course they were like, oh, Karis, are you sure you want this biryani? Like, it's a bit spicy. I was like, yeah, well, normally, I don't really eat spice, but you went through the effort of making this biryani and it looks really good. So I feel like I should try it at least, I should be open to it. And I had it and it was really, like, I took a bite and it was so good. Like, it was amazing how good that biryani was. And I was like, but then as I was having it, and as I was as I was shoveling the biryani into my mouth, I just, like, the pain didn't hit me at once, but after like 4 or 5 spoonfuls, because I'm eating it, right? The pain really started to settle in, and there were just tears in my eyes because I'm like, I just don't know how to deal with this. So you can imagine I'm in a house party with some friends and some like acquaintances, and we're all having biryani, Or a lot of us are having biryani, and I'm shoving it down my mouth because I'm like, this is fucking great. It's life-changingly good. And then, but also there's like tears in my eyes, and it's red. And then that, like, someone got me a glass of milk. Was like, here, you'll need. I think you'll need this. And I was like, thank you. I'm just crying, eating the biryani, and like, you know, drinking milk. And from that day forth, I was like, I need to be able to enjoy biryani without dying, and that's has put me on a path of attempted spice improvement. I love spicy food, but every time I eat something that the restaurant says is mild, it's harder than a ghost pepper. I don't even know what that even means. Like, what is a ghost pepper? Like, I can't conceive of it in my mind. What's spicier than like Korean, like, ramyun, you know what I mean? Like shin ramen. Like, have you guys had just instant shin ramen? I cannot conceive of anything spicier than Korean shin ramen. Is wailing fruit the one I want? Yeah, it should be. Choop. Anything that's spicier than that doesn't mean anything to me. Like, the first time I had it, my friend made it for me, and it was really good as well. It tasted amazing. But then, like, I had it, and as I was having it and really enjoying it, I then started to feel it hitting me straight at the back of my throat, and I was like, hold on. I run to the bathroom, I start coughing. I have the faucet of water in my, like I've stuck my head into the sink, and I have the faucet of water just running into my mouth. I've got snot everywhere, tears. I'm crying. And then my friends going like, "Hey, are you good?" And through the tears, I'm like, "Yeah, this is fine." Oh. Can you handle Siamese chili oil? Like the John Cena chili oil? I don't think I've had that yet, but I think I could probably handle a little bit. I think. I've had like mapo tofu. That I've had. That is like, I'm not good at it. I will cry, but I will be able to finish the dish, I think. I would appreciate if there's milk as well. Hold on, let's serve this tea and see if it's too spicy for this customer we have here. Okay, book tea. How's the book tea? I think it's good, or maybe, gosh, well, I don't know what book tea is supposed to taste like, but I think it's probably good. Well, mission complete, bye. Thank you for the tea. Okay, I think she was happy about that. All right. Green curry is best when it's blistering hot. I am an infant because I've been told that curry needs to be spicy, but I cannot have it when it's spicy. Otherwise, like, you know, I'll start drooling and crying again. So I resort to the mild, like, Japanese curry. And that's my favorite thing. And it's a terrible answer because when people ask me if I enjoy curry or not, because ultimately that's not what they're talking about, probably. Not true, not all curry has to be spicy, depends on the curry. Yeah, it does, but I guess what I'm saying is, like, when people talk about curry, they're most likely talking about a certain level of spice that it has. That I'm open to, but I'm also, like, suffering, you know? Mapo tofu is way different if one orders in Chinese or in English. Fair. I can see why. That would make sense. I had it made by a friend who had it down pat though. As in like, my friend grew up tasting mapo tofu. So I probably had like an authentic version of that dish. But it's like, yeah, I was like on the floor crying, etc, etc. Spice is not something I can handle well, but I wish I could. I wish I could handle it better. So I keep trying, and I keep failing, but through the tears and the pain, I will eventually be better, right? It's the mindset I have. Hey there, I have a question. Is tea just water with an ingredient in it? Well, yeah, I guess. That's all it is. You don't have any miracle palm, do you? It's a sort of fruit. I don't think so. Okay, well, I was gonna say if you did have it, then maybe you could make tea out of it. But it's totally fine if you don't have any. Well, how do I, like, make it? I don't know where to get that. With that with borrow. Have you had banh mi? No, I have not had banh mi. But there's a lot of spice dishes that I feel like I eventually should taste, or should try at least, that I'm just too weak to right now. How's business, Nana? I bet you'd like to know. I won't fall for your mind games. So where do you come from? Where did I come from? What are we, sorority sisters? I'm so old. Where I come from doesn't even exist anymore. It's a dream now. Definitely me in my lore videos, yep. And good riddance to it too, the filthy dung heap spits. Yeah, you're pretty old. You won't tell me with your ageism. I got no regrets at all. I'm living in the present moment so freaking hard it would make your head spin. And that means there's no past to go back to. Good riddance, the past. Spits. You sound very enlightened right now. Of course I'm enlightened. I'm a very goddamn aspect of spiritual centeredness. You hear anyone say I'm not enlightened, you send them my way for a good ass kicking. Speaking of enlightenment, take one of these promotional items with you. I'm focused on brand awareness, inserting myself in the public conversation. Me too! Me too! So I want you to take a piece of Nana branded merchandise to get the word out. I like this one. Nana sells everything. Put that baby somewhere all your friends will see and be influenced by it. Maybe actually make some friends too while you're at it. Friends with disposable income. Hear that, guys? That's what you gotta do. You gotta make friends with disposable income for tomorrow's stream. That way I can sell like memberships. I can sell more memberships or something. Maybe I should just make this my thumbnail. I'll do it for something else. Oh. Must leave now. Thank you for the tea. Yes, it was good. Okay, bye. Oh, he just wants to leave. That's fine. I'll see you later. Hey, customer over here mentioned a fruit I've never heard of, Miracle Palm. My heavens, bro has not received a request for Miracle Palm in many ages. I'll explain how to acquire it. Do you know the mushrooms in our clearing that can be used to alter your large hybrid plants? They can? Take a look at this cute little mushroom. If you're putting 3 of these same mushroom around a large hybrid, it will change the plant's color. Not only is it changing the color of the plant, but also of the fruit as well. If you're to make a wheeling tree and alter it using these mushrooms, the fruit it produces will be a different color. This is a miracle palm. In fact, it's exactly the same as a normal whaling fruit, simply looking different. If it's the same, why do they call it a different thing? Regional differences. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. 3 colorful mushrooms around it. Yeah, okay. Okay. Friend is from the often Farlands, yes, the birthplace of rules and order. They're quite famous for their many restrictions there. Very much is being off limits. I'm guessing that a friend has never had the opportunity to try out some colorful foods. You might consider adding 2 extra fruits to the Miracle Palm tea. A tea machine really does create such bizarre colors in the tea. The more fruits, the weirder. Of course, it's not a requirement for Miracle Palm tea at all. It just might be a fun surprise. Okay. Wants to be my friend with disposable income? If you're American, I'll call you my friend with Benjamins. I am unable to satisfy either request. That's what I'll say. At least you guys don't have a philosophy degree, and you're not like just doomed to a life of minimum wage because of your choice in academic pursuit. So you'll be okay. You'll probably get like a decent paying job and you'll be fine. I'm like doomed forever. It's fucking Jover for me. It's not. It's a meme. I like to joke about it. It's not that bad. Okay, wailing trees. I forgot which ones they are again. Which one's a wailing tree? Where did I plant it? This one, I think. So we surround this with mushrooms. I only have shrink mushrooms. They're colorful mushrooms. So optimistic about us. Name like one degree that's gonna make less money than a philosophy degree. Because here's the thing with every other degree here's the thing with the philosophy degree. If you have another degree, if you have no degree, you are willing to just go through the corporate ladder, you're willing to grind, you're willing to do all of that stuff. And just, you know, get your way to the top. Even if you don't have an educational background. It's gonna be a lot harder if you don't have a degree because, you know, that's just the minimum employment requirements for people nowadays, which I just don't think is the way to go. But, you know, but that's not to admonish like education as a whole. I just think that education is being too commodified because of this. But anyways, right? If you have no degree, at least you are willing to work through and grind through. You're willing to wake up at 5 a.m. If you're willing to wake up at 5 a.m. to do an ice bath, you'll probably like dupe mushroom. No, I don't want that. What is this? Gift mushroom? No, I don't want that either. What about this? Drink. No, I want the colorful mushrooms. But if you have a philosophy degree, your entire training is built upon being skeptical of established premises and conditions. If you're like a good philosophy student, if you're like a mid philosophy, if you're a corpo shill philosophy student, then that doesn't matter. You're not really doing philosophy, you're just doing sophistry, right? But that's a whole other discussion. If you genuinely did philosophy, you are trained in being inefficient. You are trained in looking at things and thinking about them and going like, I don't know if that's right, actually. We should think about this for a bit. And sometimes that can lead to better and more efficient outcomes. But the very idea of looking and assessing at what currently seems to be fine and then evaluating it to see if it's, you know, actually not, runs counter to the entire, like, capitalist grind set model that our world currently is participating in. So not only do you not get a buff from the university degree you get as a philosophy major, you also just get a nerf. You are nerfed. Because you're just gonna end up like questioning every decision your upper management's gonna say, and they're gonna be like, shut the fuck up, you're not working here anymore, and then your ass is gonna get fired. If you had no degree, you wouldn't even be questioning. You'd just be doing as you're told, and at least you wouldn't make it to the higher corporate ladders, you know. But at least you can get to somewhere in like upper middle management or whatever. So if you're in the business of making money, which most people should be, that's like the sensible, reasonable option. Don't do a philosophy degree. Not only because it doesn't help, but also because it harms. Like you're gonna be worse at making money if you do a philosophy degree, and if you do it properly. If you're just, you know, the optimal, if for some reason you're stuck, which you aren't, you are literally not, that would never happen. But if for some reason you were stuck and forced to do a philosophy degree, the best way to save yourself from this is to just not think about it. Just don't engage with the philosophy. Just pretend, just use it as a tool. Weaponize it. Use it as a tool to explain how AI is good. Like use your reasoning skills and your ability to discern circumstances and premises and conditions to just argue for the next like billionaire's like project idea. You know, just use your gift of reasoning and intelligence and for the most heinous shit, because that way at least you'll be making some amount of money. You should just do that, honestly. So look no further than the philosophy of like AI and philosophy of technology that like more and more departments might be hiring over the years. I mean, like departments as in like, you know, AI companies, and just remember that when they say they want the philosophy of AI, they don't actually want the philosophy of it. They want this, they want sophistry, they want argumentation to justify why it's good, so the public will shut the fuck up about it and beat down any moral, like, any moral concern with completely illegible text. Maybe you can even make it like Hegelian, if you wish. Make the system as illegible and complicated as possible, so no sane person would actually want to engage with it. And then, like, and then just, you know, just lick the boots, lick boots on your way up, and you're gonna ascend that ladder faster than the guy who doesn't have a degree is. Really, like, that's the money hack. That's the infinite money glitch. The infinite money glitch is just to, like, it's so easy. It's actually just so easy. Just don't have any morals. It's so easy to make money if you just don't have any morals. Just give it up. Just throw it away. Like, what have they ever done? What have your morals ever done for you anyways? Ooh, different colored fruit. Okay. No, my pocket's full. Miracle palms. Okay, let me drop some of these puff pods. Does that make sense? If you're thinking of doing a philosophy degree, that's what you should be thinking about. And you can do that even with a vlog. It's so easy. Like, it's so easy. That's how the course really corporations people too. Yeah, exactly. Think about the poor, like, multi-billion-dollar corporation. Like, has anyone ever thought about their feelings? Just do that. The soul is worth a good amount of money. You can definitely sell it for that much. You absolutely can. That's if you need money. If you don't need money, then, you know, congratulations, I think. I don't know. Wait, how do I get more fruits? I want to, like, get more fruits. Do I need to get more mushrooms? Oh my god, I have to go get more fucking mushrooms. Anyways, where was I? The AI stuff, the Studio Ghibli AI stuff. That was what I wanted to talk about. The Studio Ghibli AI stuff is fascinating because it just, more than anything, it reveals to me, both the people who are for and against it, how people don't really, or how do I say this? I feel like there's a good amount of understanding. Like, I don't think the discussions are necessarily intellectually bankrupt. It's just that there's a lot of cognitive dissonance going on. I don't know if that makes sense to people. But what I mean is, like, you will find, like... Can you, like, water these and just get more? The same one? I can. Yeah, I need, like... We need more of these. The thing with this, the Ghibli discussions is, like, it feels like most people kind of know what they're talking about when I look at the flame... like the threads. Like, when I'm looking at people's individual takes, there are obviously dumbass ones that, you know, get ratioed and dunked on, and that's the stuff you see because, like, Twitter is like rage bait, is just like rage bait the website, right? And it's designed, like, all these algorithms are designed to make you angry so you engage with it because that shows better metrics. But it's surprisingly better reasoned than I thought, like people's arguments. It's just that it seems like no one's talking to each other. It feels as though, like, there are opposing sides of an argument that make good points, but these points never interact with each other, save for one fell swoop of a slam dunk. But that doesn't happen with the well-argued points, that happens with the dumbass points. You know, like, so if someone makes a dumbass opinion that you disagree with, that, you know, that is disagreeable, you'll find, like, thousands of quote retweets, or maybe the best one, quote retweet, that like ratios them, and it's like, boom, your mom or whatever, like, you know, some kind of like, it's a bit juvenile. It's a bit like, you know, I've destroyed you with facts and logic in one sentence. But then if you look at the well-reasoned stuff that goes, it's well-reasoned. I think it's disagreeable still, but it's well-reasoned at least. That stuff does not get any engagement. Or if it does, it's like you'll get another person who's on your side arguing for it, arguing against it, and then they're a dumbass, so they get their ass slam dunked, and then nobody's actually talking to each other. Because it like, there's an illusion where, oh, you're talking to everyone. But when you're talking to everyone, you're talking to no one, right? Okay. Big fan of idiots. They're funny as fuck. I just feel as though like it's dangerous to think that, even though I agree with you, because that's how you get the Andrew Tates in the world. Is you just have people say outlandish, wild, funny shit. That's so ridiculous, and you just laugh at them, and that attention propels them into success. With the people who are gullible and are complete like buffoons. What's a good argument for Ghibli art? It's not really a good argument for Ghibli art. But I've seen like defensible arguments for... Let me think. Defensible arguments for how there are generative AI use cases in purely hypothetical scenarios as well, by the way, that are not like just strictly evil. Like, we shouldn't just straight up demonize this technology just because it's happening. Or, you know, oh, what happened to, like, you know, it being chill? Like, why is it now after the Ghibli shit happens that people are, you know, putting up their pitchforks? How come now people are against generative AI art? That's hypocritical. Like, if now, only now when Ghibli is, you know, when the whole Ghibli era is setting in, that you realized, or you're saying that AI art bad, then like, why are you, like, that's a hypocritical position, I suppose. To which I think it's not an indefensible point to make. Yeah, it is weird that there's so many people coming out of the woodwork now to be like, okay, generative AI is fucking garbage and here's why. Like, why are you capitalizing on this trend? Or like this sudden, like, what is it about Ghibli that's specifically more unacceptable? And then that baits people who respond into like a whole like art is elitist or whatever argument. And that shit is like annoying for me. Or annoying in my opinion. What the hell? Why can't I can't water it anymore? Does that mean it's over? I'm gonna make another one just in case. The invincible argument could be that for family photos with loved ones passed away. I think that's like fine, honestly. Yeah, I think that's defensible. That's one of the... I would lump that in with like personal use cases, such as, for example, if you need to, like, if you want to run a D&D session with it. This is something I mentioned yesterday, and the reason I think it's okay is because when confronted with the option of like, oh, why don't you just, like, shouldn't you just Photoshop instead? Like, wouldn't that be better? My thinking is like, that's true. It would be better if, you know, to just get it Photoshopped. But there is an accessibility thing where, you know, you need to pay Adobe a certain amount of money, or you need to pirate it, which is not the easiest thing in the world. Or you need to have someone who's like actually competent at that photoshopping that they do. And that is like, that is in itself an accessibility issue. That is true. But I would say, yeah, well, why not just, if it means so much to you, save up the money to commission someone to help Photoshop it for you, or learn Photoshop yourself, or, you know, pirate Adobe products. You can do all of that. It just takes effort. But you can do that. Like, and there are free courses on YouTube that you can use to learn shit like that. That's true. And if it's like a family photo that really means that much to you, surely you'd be willing to spend the time on it. Which is why I think it's a defensible position, but it's not a position I agree with. I think like, but it doesn't. It's not so ridiculous that I'd be like, no, that use case should be flat out banned. Like, I don't think it should be banned. I think people should be allowed to do that if they want to, in the similar way of like indulging in vices such as smoking or vaping or whatever. Frankly, I think, and if we're speaking on it not morally but like logistically, right, if you want to ban it, there's just like, for like with regulations, people are gonna find a way to do it anyways, because it's easy and it's lazy and it's like, this is the best thing ever. It's kind of like the drug market. Like, if you want to ban drugs in general, then there's just gonna be an unsafe, unregulated market for it. Sometimes it might be a better idea to legalize something like a soft drug, just so it can be in the legal market, so you can monitor it, so you can like tax it, so you can like, so it's regulated to some extent. Which is why I think there are defensible positions to argue for it in a hypothetical scenario, assuming no environmental destruction and all of that. But those are like I would be, you could ask a philosophy major to write you an essay on that. I could do that for you, but I'm not interested in that, because frankly speaking, making arguments, I don't think convinces people. What I ultimately think will convince people, and is therefore should be the approach we take when we talk about these things, is really just to appeal to like the humanity, like to appeal to the human who's using the Ghibli like filter, is to sit that motherfucker down and be like, listen, like, did you really want that? Like, was that really that good? Was it that worth it that you went out of your way and used this application, or not went out of your way, that you used this application to, and like we're willing to ignore all these environmental problems or these moral issues or like theft or whatever, like the theft of artistry, etc., etc. Like, was it that worth it to get this image? And if they're like, well, no, but I just, you know, I don't have the time to, like, well, if it's that if it's that good and you want it that badly, you'll put the time in for it. And if you don't want it that badly, then you shouldn't have it. Don't want to post online because of AI. Scraping and everything, yeah. What am I doing again? Where am I going? Sorry. Oh, I'm making tea. Let me grab a tea ball. Wait, I haven't had this tea yet, so just drop this here. Let's grab a teacup. Yummy tea. Maybe unrelated, but what are your thoughts on the censorship of art? I mean, you already know how I feel about it, don't you? I think you already know my opinion on like censorship in general, and it's just like I don't like it. I think it's ridiculous to censor stuff, but also like I don't have a good proposal for what to do. For example, when a kid is in 3rd grade or whatever, and they say like a homophobic slur, like, what do you do in that scenario? Are you gonna be like, actually, you know, censorship is bad and we shouldn't, like, I think there is some amount of restriction that makes sense in settings, but also generally I don't want to look down upon an adult populace in a society and be like, These people don't know what's good for them, and they're dumb and stupid. Therefore, I should make all the decisions for them, including what they're allowed to read and what they're allowed to engage with. My friend and I had this take where, hold on, let me drink this tea and I'll talk about it. I'll drink this tea and I'll have that conversation. Let's see what Alta thinks though.
Does this taste like leather? I guess I don't know what leather tastes like. You know, leatherworking was the one single thing my dad was good at. He'd always make people gifts on their birthday. Things like shoes or a handbag or whatever. But it was always a hobby for him. He refused to do it professionally, you know, to take it seriously. And that
sounds muffled. Yeah, it does. I think it's
because, come on, this is something you're good
that's a struggle. I'm sorry.
at, or you could be good at, really good. So it was such a waste in my mind. I told him that. Told him it was a waste. And I remember, God, the look he gave me when I said that, of like I'd said the most demeaning thing to him. I'd never seen him get mad like that before. I wish he'd been like that more often. Mad.
I don't know how to feel about the censorship, especially now considering the Tory Woods situation. Can you tell me, can you give me context for that? I'm not sure I'm caught up on the Tory Woods situation. the X situation is crazy. Protect got fucked up priorities. Yeah, that's the whole journey. This is like a healing journey for the protagonist. What do we do next? Kick. But yeah, tell me about the Tory Woods situation. I'm not sure what that is exactly. I am generally... Oh no, that's not what I want. Oh, that's the one I want. Miracle Palm. I want 3 of those in there, don't I? 1, 2, 3. There we are. Is that it? I think that's it. Did I use the T-ball? I did. I'm pretty sure I used the T-ball. Okay. PNG is funny. Am I PNGing again? Oh, fuck. It's fine on my screen. Damn. Come on. You see this? I'm going on the graphics and putting it into, like, low. Okay, we're on low graphics now. So it should be better, okay? God. It's fine. The book is maybe some art should be censored. So my biggest worry with the art, or what I see with, is the two dueling like problems with the stances you take on censorship and art, is on the one hand you don't, any claim of censorship goes down a slippery slope real fast. Like any extent of censorship, once you apply a margin or like a what can be or can't be talked about and who gets to determine that, immediately will, like, that line will shift, interests will change, the social climate will alter, and things like that. On the other hand, you don't want shit like someone just committing what is otherwise like a hate crime and then calling it art and calling it part of their artistic expression, right? You don't want that. You die at AO3? I don't think I would. I've been like I'm not a fan of, you know, some of the things that go on there, but I'm not like unaware of it. I find it difficult to take seriously, I guess. Yeah, also it's different from a published book. Like not very different, but it's a bit different. Lolita is also like a controversial case, yeah. Tori Woods wrote a book about a man falling in love with his best friend's daughter. She marketed it as a romance. Who's Tori Woods again? I don't know who that is. Here you go. Oh, I can taste Miracle Palm. You found Miracle Palm here? The stuff is a delicacy back home, my absolute favorite. Tastes just like home. Where are you from? Ever heard of the Often Farlands? Not really. I mean, other than just now and previously in another conversation. You've heard of our legendarily strict set of rules. We got a lot of rules. Never heard of it. There's a lot of people heard of us. Maybe not. What brought you out here? I don't know. I don't want to think I want to talk about it, actually. Sorry. Oh, but I've got a photo of what the Farlands look like. See? That is pretty neat. You can keep the photo if you like. I have a spare. Okay. Here you go, and thank you for the tea. Okay. Shoot. God, my game's bugging. Not similar at all. Lolita recognizes that stepdad is a bad person. Tori wrote it for people who find it romantic, and how she wrote about the child character is appalling. Okay, so my instinctual reaction to this, because I'm only hearing about this for the first time, right? And I don't know anything about the book. I don't know anything about the author. I don't know anything about the context it's being written in, other than what you're providing me right now in like a live stream chat, which is, you know, a very limited amount of information, or there's not enough space for nuance. But my gut instinct is to say, should it be banned or censored? No, but we should ridicule it, and like we should judge everyone, like anyone who buys it, and be like, this is fucking disgusting. We should go around, or maybe we shouldn't go around talking about it, because that would just bring attention to it. But if anyone is interested in buying it, we should just like, we should say, yeah, no, this is fucking awful and gross. But it's there. Watch the Horses documentary about it. Okay, I could do that maybe later. But the idea is like, I just don't think we need to ban it from existing necessarily. But we should talk about how bad it is. So, okay, here's probably maybe like a more interesting comparison or analogy for this discussion of censorship. A lot of, in my experience, like a lot of other fellow librarians, right? Philosophy majors who share the same, if not very similar, ideas of censorship with me, in my experience, as I've discussed with them. The idea is as follows. Controversial texts should be allowed and sold in the bookstores. It should. You should be able to see it there, and you should be able to buy it. Nothing should be banned from being sold or being read or being like witnessed, yeah, I suppose. But the disagreement I've had with some other thinkers and some other, like, you know, philosophy majors is in what capacity that those texts should exist in the bookstore. So for example, if it's a book, right? If you've got like Mein Kampf, if you got like Mein Kampf, you should not censor it. Like, I think the agreement between me and other philosophy majors is like, it shouldn't be censored. So if you want to read it, you should be allowed to read it. And it should be put in the bookstore or in the library or whatever. But the disagreement is in whether, like, how it should be placed there. Because there's one camp of people that think it should just be there, period. Okay, nice. Like, you should just be able to read it, and it should be in the bookshelves along with the other books. There's another camp, which I think I'm more sympathetic to, that argues that the book should be allowed to exist in the bookstore, but it should be maybe not the book itself annotated, but it should be placed in a section where there's a written accompaniment that explains why this is such, like, you know, explains what this is exactly. Those are the arguments for censorship and for, like, you know, specifically in the context of books and text. And I think I lean towards and both of these, this is an argument, but both of these agree under the premise that it shouldn't be outright banned. Like, these books shouldn't be banned from the store at all. You should be allowed to buy them. Like a warning, yeah, kind of like a warning, and like warning labels, or like, you know, having a written note, or like just have a section where there's like, these things are controversial, not just because, you know, they're spicy and the government does not want you to like know this, but like it's because there's harmful ideology, there's hateful ideology in these. But we recognize that there's an importance in understanding these texts, and, you know, maybe that, for example, it should be only sold to a mature audience. You know, you need to pass a certain age limit to be able to purchase these books. Like, if we can have it for porn, we should be able to have that for, like, these other things. You know what I mean? Whereas I think some people I know disagree with me, and they say that, no, it should actually just be there. And it shouldn't be censored. It shouldn't carry all those warnings at all. It should just be part of the bookstore. And it should be up to the onus of it should be up to society to be aware of those books. And for example, like the dangers of certain texts, or the harm of certain, like, you know, things that we classify as hate speech, for example. I disagree with it, because I think that is too idealistic to expect a society of people to be able to, like, be well informed and educated on these matters. Frankly, that's like where we're suffering the most right now, is people are fucking stupid. But, you know, that's the disagreement. So my stance is, like, stuff shouldn't be banned, but it should be, like, stuff that's not very good should be. And again, you know, there's the question of, okay, well, who determines if it's good, right? The answer is me, because I'm the smartest person in the room. But there's always those questions of who determines it, and, you know, what makes it good or bad, that you devolve into, you know, recursive arguments for. But the idea stands that there should be warning labels on the thing that's, you know, that needs them, not just for, like, pornography, but also just for stuff in general that falls under, like, controversial categories, or things that can/should be enjoyed, or not enjoyed, sorry, but, like, consumed by people who know what they're getting into. Like, for example, I don't think, like, if we take the Mein Kampf example, there probably is still, to this day, unfortunately, till this day, there probably is still some sort of value in, like, analyzing it. Can you sweep this? You can't really sweep this. Oh well. Because Nazis they exist and they're still real, right? Unfortunately. But it is what it is. So it would be helpful and useful to understand exactly, like, what it is in like contemporary neo-Nazism, and what is permeating and how we combat those things. And part of that understanding is like, you know, reading the fucking book, isn't it? Like, where else do you get it? It should be in the section that person that wrote this is low-key insane and disgusting. Completely agree, but I am raising the question just for the, like, I'm just trying to highlight to you why there's like a struggle to, like, why that itself has a bit of a struggle. Can't cut this yet, god damn. Why that itself is a bit of a struggle is because who gets to determine what should be put in the person that wrote this is low-key insane and disgusting section? Like, who gets to say what goes on there? Is it you or is it me? Is it the government? Is it, you know, is it the most educated person? Who's that? You know, you have a PhD, so what? Tons of people have PhDs that disagree with each other all the time. Part of the whole experience of a PhD is finding people you disagree with and then, you know, talking shit about them in a conversation that nobody else is, other than like 7 other people in this entire world, are like paying attention to, right? That's the whole PhD experience. It was a joke? No, but like that's literally what I'm saying is the leg of the censorship argument that I can't help but think is the most, relatively speaking, reasonable thing to do. Because it's like, yeah, it shouldn't be. It should be done by a group of people. Like, how many? Everyone? Who gets to do it? Right now, you get into like the philosophy of politics. Like, it's not just this shit isn't just political. This is the core essence of politics. Is who gets to decide, who has the power to decide things for the betterment of people. So if you subscribe to the belief that it should be everyone, then that's, like, you know, textbook democracy. That's what that is. And some don't agree with that. Some countries, some people in power, some philosophers, a lot of like non-idiotic philosophers, you know, believe that power should be consolidated in the hands of maybe not the few, but only a select bit of people, and not just everyone, because a lot of people are fucking dumb. And if you leave everything to, you know, the decision of everyone, you fall into, for example, things or lines of thought that may be a bit more sympathetic to libertarian ideology, where, well, you know, the logic of the free market determines everything, etc., etc. Who censors the censors? It's literally who watches the Watchmen. It's literally the question, who watches the Watchmen? That's literally it. And I'm not saying, like, I'm not trying to lead you down a path of like what you should believe in. But you need to recognize the challenges of the things you can believe in and recognize that they may be flawed or like difficult to manage, but ultimately they're still things you believe in. For example, and I suppose because I'm an English speaking person, what the hell, I can punch? Oh. Oh, that's cool. Anyways. There should be some poll for citizens and they get all kinds of subjects where they get to say how comfortable they are with it. So what if that motherfucker on Twitter who's like, you know, I love the Ghibli AI art. This shit is amazing and it's for the good of humanity. Fuck Miyazaki, he's an elitist and he doesn't know what he's talking about when he talks about art. What if that guy takes that survey and puts like 10 out of 10 for like his confidence in the morality and ethical issues of like technology and in artificial intelligence? What if he also has like a master's degree in computer science? Because those people exist. I've met them. I've met these motherfuckers. They exist. They've got all the qualifications on paper and they still have the batshit crazy insane opinions that they do. The fact that everyone thinks they should have a say on everything is dumb and stupid. Well, so now, where do we draw the line? What should people have a say in and what shouldn't people have a say in, right? That's the struggle. And I'm not saying like, And I'm not just trying to get into like the philosophy of something just for the sake of having a conversation about the philosophy of something. Like, you can see that this clearly emerges when you think about things like the censorship of art. Like, this is shit you have to think about. You can't just not think about this. A lot of people don't. A lot of people choose to just not think about something. Because they'll be like, no, it's too difficult. I don't want to think about it. I just want to have my opinion on, like, you know, censorship, and then just run away and then not elaborate on my opinions of the world and my worldview and whatever, etc., etc. That is cowardice, that is laziness, and that is irresponsibility. If you want to have an opinion, you need to, like, that strong opinion on something that's a controversial subject matter, you need to make sure you've thought about it all the way through, is the idea. Who wants tea? Does anyone want tea? I don't think so. It's good. That's good. It'd be outweighed by the other normal people. Would it though? Do you really think like the average person has it all figured out and are able to make good decisions? Do you really think that the wisdom of the crowd is enough to carry out something, you know, for example, an election result for the fairness and goodness of the people? Because there's a few glaring examples of late that, you know, may point otherwise to what happens when you ask people to vote on something and you just hope that normal people have common sense, and they should generally probably be making decisions that make sense in, for example, a radical democracy, or just like any form of a democracy. There we go. I got you to say democracy was a mistake. Which is not my intention, by the way. It's just funny that that happens. Personally, like, I don't think I agree with that, but it's just funny to think that it's so easy to fall into that trap. The more you get into, especially like not just philosophy, but like, I guess like intellectualism as well, the easier it is to fall into like not elitism in necessarily, but like a whole like people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm smarter than everyone else. PhilosophyTube talks about that. Abigail from PhilosophyTube, she talks about that, and I think she has pretty much what, like, the way I see it. Like, pretty much her opinion is pretty much the way I see it as well. That's what I was trying to say. This shit is difficult to talk about, but it's supposed to be difficult. And like, we need to resist the urge to be like, okay, well, if you have a dumb opinion, you should just shut up, because that's the easy way out. And it also, you know, goes down the slippery slope. It's shit if no one is educated. That's pretty much the way I see it. The way I see it is, it can only be good on the condition that people are educated. And the two stances naturally you take from this is either, okay, people can never be sufficiently educated, so so democracy always bad, or, you know, the problem is that people just need to be educated and that can be fixed. Now, whichever part of that you believe, you still agree, I think, that the populace should be educated. Like, that should just be something everyone can shake hands on. Unless you're thinking, no, democracy is bad for other reasons, and or people will never be educated, and or there can never be a good education system unless it follows my very specific worldview. And then you fall into the long arm of authoritarianism again, which, you know, is not completely indefensible. It is not an indefensible thing to say that democracy doesn't work. I do think it's not indefensible. I think it's disagreeable, but again, I don't think it's indefensible. We're really getting into the political talk when we're playing Wanderstop, aren't we? Because, like, I guess there's no other time to speak on these things. I don't think I'm smarter than everyone. I just don't think people should be able to vote to, like, take people's rights away. The fact that that is even a thing to worry about is an indicator for the failures of education. That's like what I'll say. But yeah, who makes the laws? Who runs the things? Who does these things? You have to have these conversations when you talk about Tory Woods. Yes, I know. Oh, Karis Jufanor, you just like, you just took this argument, this conversation from one thing to a completely different thing. That's not fair. That's not right. That's an entirely like, you know, different conversation we're having. No, it's not different. It leads from this because you cannot have a solid answer for the Tory Woods dilemma unless you figure this shit out. You do. Hello, Warrior Alta. I've meditated on your predicament and I have the perfect solution. Okay. Surely you know by now that these woods are not ordinary. They have a deep power within them. The force changes people. It pushes them. It shows them what they are meant to see. I came here for my own betterment. To be shown the next level in my training. Yet I can see now that what I truly need is to help someone else, to help you on your own journey. Tell me, have you ever heard of the sacred spring located within this very forest? No. The sacred spring is a glade where holy water runs in abundance. It can only be found through diligent mapping of all parts of the forest. It's notoriously easy to miss. But I believe that if we find it, your wounds can be healed and you will return to yourself. I'll personally go with you to ensure we find it no matter what. What do you say? Sure. Excellent, I'm glad you agree. Oh, we look for the sacred spring. Here, come with me to the workbench around back. I'll draw a map to show you my plan. Okay. I'm mostly intolerant. The paradox, okay. I gotta like pause this because I think it's not. I think it's good that you mentioned this because it's super relevant to the conversation. Let me just find it. It's on YouTube. It's a short thing, but it's so worth like. And if I just reference it, you won't know what I mean. So I kind of have to just show you. So we're gonna turn into a React channel for a little bit, okay? We're gonna be a React channel. Okay. Got that set up. Do you like React content? Because I love React content. I can't wait to react to stuff. I'm gonna react so hard right now. Where is it? There it is. Oh shit, my OBS might be crashing. Hold on. God damn it. My transitions are just dying, man. He got cold, didn't even take a sip. No, you can warm it back up, but yeah. The whole, I think it's summarized really well. I'm gonna play the speech until we get to that point. But Rowan Atkinson makes a good, I think sums it up pretty well for me.
Starting point when it comes to the consideration of any issue relating to free speech is my passionate belief that the second most precious thing in life is the right to express yourself freely. The most precious thing in life, I think, is food in your mouth. And the third most precious
is that Mr. Bean? Yes.
Over your head. But a fixture for me in the number 2 slot is free expression, just below the need to sustain life itself. That is because I have enjoyed free expression in this country all my professional life and fully expect to continue to do so. Personally, I suspect highly unlikely to be arrested for whatever laws exist to contain free expression because of the undoubtedly privileged position that is afforded to those of a high public profile. So my concerns are less for myself and more for those more vulnerable because of their lower profile. Like the man arrested in
This was like years ago. I think it was like 10 years ago. But yeah.
Gay. Or the teenager arrested for calling the Church of Scientology a cult. Or the cafe owner arrested for displaying passages from the Bible on a TV screen. When I heard of some of these more ludicrous offences and charges, I remembered that I had been here before in a fictional context. I once did a show called Not the 9 O'Clock News some years ago, and we did a sketch where Griff Rhys-Jones played Constable Savage, a manifestly racist police officer to whom I, as his station commander, is giving a dressing down for arresting a black man on a whole string of ridiculous trumped up and ludicrous charges. The charges for which Constable Savage arrested Mr. Winston Kadogo of 55 Mercer Road were these: walking on the cracks in the pavement, walking in a loud shirt in a built-up area during the hours of darkness, and one of my favorites, walking around all over the place. He was also arrested for urinating in a public convenience and looking at me in a funny way. Who would have thought that we would end up with a law that would allow life to imitate art so exactly? I read somewhere a defender of the status quo claiming that the fact that the gay horse case was dropped after the arrested man refused to pay the fine, and that the Scientology case was also dropped at some point during the court process, was proof that the law was working well, ignoring the fact that the only reason these cases were dropped was because of the publicity that they had attracted. The police sensed that ridicule was just around the corner and withdrew their actions. But what about the thousands of other cases that did not enjoy the oxygen of publicity, that weren't quite ludicrous enough to attract media attention? Even for those actions that were withdrawn, people were arrested, questioned, taken to court, and then released. You know, that isn't a law working properly. That is censoriousness of the most intimidating kind, guaranteed to have, as Lord Dear says, a chilling effect on free expression and free protest. Parliament's Joint Committee on Human Rights summarised, as you may know, this whole issue very well by saying, while arresting a protester for using threatening or abusive speech may, depending on the circumstances, be a proportionate response, we do not think that language or behaviour that is merely insulting should ever be criminalised in this way. The clear problem with the outlawing of insult is that too many things can be interpreted as such. Criticism is easily construed as insult by certain parties. Ridicule easily construed as insult. Sarcasm, unfavourable comparison, merely stating an alternative point of view to the orthodoxy can be interpreted as insult. And because so many things can be interpreted as insult, it is hardly surprising that so many things have been, as the examples I talked about earlier show. Although the law under discussion has been on the statute book for over 25 years, it is indicative of a culture that has taken hold of the programs of successive governments, that with the reasonable and well-intentioned ambition to contain obnoxious elements in society, has created a society of an extraordinarily authoritarian and controlling nature. That is what you might call the new intolerance, a new but intense desire to gag uncomfortable voices of dissent. I am not intolerant, say many people, say many softly spoken, highly educated, liberal-minded people. I'm only intolerant of intolerance. And people tend to nod sagely and say, oh yes, wise words, wise words. And yet if you think about this supposedly inarguable statement for longer than 5 seconds, you realize that all it is advocating is the replacement of one kind of intolerance with another, which to me doesn't represent any kind of progress at all. Underlying prejudices, injustices, or resentments are not addressed by arresting people. They are addressed by the issues being aired, argued, and dealt with, preferably outside the legal process. For me, the best way to increase society's resistance to insulting or offensive speech is to allow a lot more of it. As with childhood diseases, you can better resist those germs to which you have been exposed. We need to build our immunity to taking offence so that we can deal with the issues that perfectly justified criticism can raise. Our priority should be to deal with the message, not the messenger. As President Obama said in an address to the United Nations only a month or so ago, laudable efforts to restrict speech can become a tool to silence critics or oppress minorities. The strongest weapon against hateful speech is not repression, it is more speech. And that's the essence of my thesis, more speech. If we want a robust society, we need more robust dialogue, and that must include the right to insult or to offend. And even if, as Lord Dear says, you know, the freedom to be inoffensive is no freedom at all. The repeal of this word in this clause will be only a small step, but it will, I hope, be a critical one in what should be a longer-term project to pause and slowly rewind a creeping culture of censoriousness. It is a small skirmish in the battle, in my opinion, to deal with what Sir Salman Rushdie refers to as the outrage industry. Self-appointed arbiters of the public good, encouraging media-stoked outrage to which the police feel under terrible pressure to react. A newspaper rings up Scotland Yard. Someone has said something slightly insulting on Twitter about someone who we think a national treasure. What are you going to do about it? And the police panic and they scrabble around and then grasp the most inappropriate lifeline of all, Section 5 of the Public Order Act, that thing where you can arrest anybody for saying anything that might be construed by anyone else as insulting. You know, they don't seem to need a real victim. They need only to make the judgment that somebody could have been offended if they had heard or read what has been said. The most ludicrous degree of latitude. The storms that surround Twitter and Facebook comment have raised some fascinating issues about free speech, which we haven't really yet come to terms with. Firstly, that we all have to take responsibility for what we say, which is quite a good lesson to learn. But secondly, we've learned how appallingly prickly and intolerant society has become of even the mildest adverse comment. The law should not be aiding and abetting this new intolerance. Free speech can only suffer if the law prevents us from dealing with its consequences. I offer my wholehearted support to the Reform Section 5 campaign. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's the speech. Alright, we're going back to the video game now. So I don't... Wonder if I'm gonna get struck. No, I won't. No, I won't. They're not gonna kill me. My computer will. So that's for certain. Mr. Bean clap clap. It's really good. It's a really good speech. It's almost too good that you might just have completely agreed with everything he said without really thinking about it, because he's a very convincing and passionate arguer. But I don't think I don't think it's as simple as that. Okay, okay, hold on. Oh my god, my game is dying. Give me a second. I'm on low graphics. What do you want from me? Okay, I've got everything at low now. Okay, that's really bad. Well, it's too bad. I live in the Library of Alexandria. This is inevitable. Very nice transition. Fuck. The absolute state of my computer, man. I just wanted to show like something. Oh well, whatever. So the point of me bringing that up, someone brought up the paradox of intolerance. But yeah, he glossed over details, but as a political speech in favor of free talk, it's great. It's a really good speech. It's a very strong speech. Argued very well. I disagree with it on the grounds I don't disagree with the purpose of it being to reform like Section 5 as part of that, whole movement, of that campaign too, at least. I don't think I disagree with, but what I do disagree with is the optimistic, idealistic outlook on free speech in general that he proposes towards the end. And again, this was made 10 years ago. The social climate is very different today, right? But he was very much like, the only way to deal with hate speech is more speech. I think that's the best way to deal with it. But I don't know, or like that's the most ideal way. But I don't know if we can afford to do that in today's climate. is basically a summary of why it's in short why I don't necessarily agree entirely with the stance he takes. But I certainly see the reasoning, and I agree with most of what he has to say. Does ancient Alexandria not have fiber optic internet yet? It actually does. My internet is not the problem. The issue is my library computer is dusty and old, and these motherfuckers... Okay, not this one, but like this... Okay. I have another computer I could use that's better, but it's an older computer, and they're gonna gut Windows 10 very soon, and my thing does not have... My hardware does not support 11, so I need to get new hardware, which is fucking annoying. Disagree with the notion that intolerant speech can be combated with non-intolerant speech. I want to agree that ideally that's what we should do, but looking at today's world and the way communication happens, because of the way people are so segmented, it's no longer like 10, 15, 20 years ago. Thanks in no small part to the internet and various micro communities and cliques that form from them, the echo chambers are stronger than ever, is what I'm trying to say. Because I think right at the beginning of the internet age, right, like it didn't feel that strong, like these echo chambers. It felt as though you at least knew everyone on the internet kind of saw what everyone else was doing. That's what it felt like. But now it seems like we've built rooms that are super soundproof, and unless you walk into those rooms that you want to go into, those communities that you want to participate in, you're only going to be hearing what's in your room. Unless you have, you know, like an overarching authority that is able to overlook this stuff. Now, whether or not, you know, idealistically, you should have, or not even idealistically, whether or not the solution is, you know, some sort of authority that should be allowed to, you know, censor things, for example. And whether or not that would even be effective, how that should be exercised, what should be done with it, that's a whole can of worms as well. That's a whole bunch of other shit too. But, you know, I'm a believer if talk shit get hit, but it's up to the people, not the government, to do the hitting. Okay, but what if the person who gets hit then like calls the police and goes like, help, I've been physically assaulted, right? It's not easy. Like these, I wish it were easy to talk about these issues. I wish these were like, I am the philosopher VTuber and I have the ideal perfect way to solve every political problem ever to exist. No, I fucking don't. But in order for me to not just sound like I'm being hand wavy and being like, oh, I don't know, I'm just shrugging my I'm just shrugging my shoulders, I don't know anything. For me to illustrate exactly why the problem is hard to deal with, I think requires a bit of me being on it, you know, which is difficult to do. Sorry. Alright, what does Ren have to say? Alright, let me illustrate my plan for you. We will be thorough and diligent. The first thing that needs to be done is to chart all navigatable parts. First, there was a 5-day period of survey to map the forest as best as we can. Then we select hotspot locations. And then, for example, regions where moisture appears to be greater. Okay. For each such location, we will spend 3 days navigating the area, traveling in greater circles. Should it not produce results, we will measure the elevation level at each spot we've investigated, which we can use to track the downhill movement of any bodies of water we found. It should lead us to... Yeah. Oyalta, what's the matter? My head, oh god, my head hurts. Stop talking, stop talking. What happened? What did I say? Ren, I can't do this. It hurts. It's hurting me. This plan, everything you want to do, it's hurting. Why does it hurt you? Please tell me what the issue is. I don't know, I wish I knew, but I don't. Just know that it hurts. I can't do this. I can't go with you. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I do not understand. You cannot go to find the sacred string because my plan makes your head hurt. I'm tempted to believe you are now making a joke at my expense. No, it's not that, Ren. I'm sorry. Something's telling me not to do this. I feel like I need to stay here. I don't understand why. I just have a really strong feeling. And if I even think about doing your plan, it hurts until I can't breathe. I just need to stay here. Just for a bit. Maybe later I can go with you. Warrior Alta. You the strongest, fiercest, most fearless human I've witnessed in my lifetime. You who could be intimidated by none. And confronted with adversity, you've reduced yourself to an invalid sitting here doing nothing. To say I'm disappointed is an incredible understatement. You think I want this? You think I want to be here right now? I do not need to think it because you've told me so yourself. I want to go out and fight, but something is stopping me. As I said, you've resigned yourself to complacency. Oh, fuck. Ren, please. I need you to understand. I'm trying. I do not believe that you are a warrior, Alta, and I'm sorry if this sounds incompassionate, but I feel it is my responsibility to tell you. I have a responsibility as a warrior to speak what is true and honest. I can only tell you that this person in front of me is not the Alta I grew to admire. That person, she was unwavering in her conviction. I hope to meet her one day. I will be leaving now. Take care. Ooh. That is rough. That's fucking rough. Snitches get stitches? Well, it's a catchy phrase, that's for sure. It's rough. Alta's not having a good time. This cozy game is not that cozy after all. We're being forced to confront our emotions. It's crazy. Hey, Boro. See that guy in the mask? Of course. Notice the two of you preparing to do combat of some kind. Or something happened. I wasn't the person he wanted me to be. See, are you the person you want to be? No. I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird time. I don't want to talk about it. Of course. Please forgive me. I'm sometimes getting too personal with questions. Well, Boro will simply say that he very much enjoys the person that Miss Alta. Our masked friend is welcome to his opinion, but now you're having my opinion as well. Thanks. Hope you're feeling okay in spite of it all. Yeah. I mean, what more can you ask for? It really, this game does look not nearly as good when you set everything to low, huh? Okay, let me just set it to like... Let's at least do shadow quality. Okay. Let's at least have some shadow quality going on. Which I know is gonna be, you know... But like, yeah, nothing is easy. Nothing is easy. Every question is hard to deal with. When you think you have the right opinion, you probably don't. That's what you'll need to hear from the philosopher VTuber. Is you cannot be too sure of yourself. But you need to be somewhat convicted in what, so that's why you need to be convicted in what you do believe in. The very core essences of it. Not just, you know, in the general sense of the word, oh, I believe in world peace or whatever. Like, that's irresponsible and you're not really saying anything, right? No, it never happened, but wish we could get rid of the anonymity of being online because it'll make people deal with consequences. But if we get rid of anonymity entirely, how do we stop? Sorry, that just sounds like I'm begging the question now, so I'm not going to do that. I sympathize with the statement. People need to, like, know... People need to feel responsible for what they do. But I feel like that's not... The way to do that is not to get rid of anonymity. I think it's to instill, like, an internal desire in people, or, like, an internal thing in people to feel ashamed. You should feel ashamed of your actions. You should feel guilt for bad things. You should feel responsible for when you say some shit that hurts someone. Even if you did not intend to hurt them, you should feel responsible for the things you say. That's really important. Maybe but it also leads to people being unable to actually freely express themselves. Yeah, you ever wondered why people... It seems as though, like, with VTubers, at least with some VTubers, right? It feels as though they can finally be, like, a genuine... They can have their unfiltered, genuine opinions on things. Because they don't have to fear, you know, the consequences of it being traced back to them entirely, so they can actually express themselves more authentically. So paradoxically, the person wearing the fucking anime VTuber mask is being more real than someone who's on like a webcam. That shit's real. That shit is pretty real. More people should feel ashamed. 2025 cares. Yeah, absolutely. Motherfuckers need to know what shame is like. You need to feel embarrassed. People need to feel embarrassed. People need to feel sorrow. They need to feel pain. They need to suffer, but not like, you know, but I think like productively, not like a cruel amount of suffering, but like just the right amount to build character. And there is a difference, and I think that difference is like not it's not an arbitrary difference. You say that a lot of the issue you take with modern society is the fact that people don't feel shame. No. That's not what I would say. That's not the issue. That's one of the consequences of the issue. That's not the root of it. That's just one of the many facets we can see for why, you know, people are fucked up. It's because they don't like, because you can walk away from shame, I guess, maybe. And then like, and then there's, oh man, there's like, okay, there's no good way to put it. Because then you also have to talk about like cancel culture. I hate that word. Cancel culture. You have to talk about, you know, that sense of censoriousness that Mr. Bean was talking about earlier. See it as people being uneducated and unwilling to be sympathetic. I think the crux of it really, the real core of it, is several factors, of course. One of the factors, in my opinion, is that people are, you know, it's kind of like Kierkegaard said, we live in an age where there is not much passion. People are apathetic and they don't care. Or at least, it's not that people don't care and there's no passion, it's that passion is being suppressed due to one factor or another. It's not that it doesn't exist and humans now are less passionate. That it's just that our passions are being so suppressed that, from one way or another, that when it comes time to be passionate, people can't express their passion properly. Among other things. And it's also a refusal to struggle. I think recently our modern comforts, the fact that you're watching a YouTube live stream, okay, maybe not that, but like more likely than not, you and I live like what is relatively speaking a middle-class life. And that is already more than sufficient to fall trap. You don't have to be rich, like, you know, or wealthy or whatever to fall into this trap. But this trap of like complacency and comfort and the refusal to struggle any further, the avoidance of, you know, feeling any kind of friction in your life. You want things to be as easy as possible. You want one button to do the whole process. You don't want to make the food, you want to order an Uber Eats. You want things to be easy and convenient and simple. You want to, at the touch of a pen and at the convenience of, like, you know, not a pen, sorry, the touch of a button, the convenience of an Amazon interface, and the efficiency of a Prime delivery to take care of you, and so that every aspect of your life that you might have trouble with is immediately dealt with as smoothly as possible. That's what you want. That's why people cheat in their exams, for example. I recognize the positives of anonymity, but I desperately want more people to self-reflect on their negative online personas, and the only way I've seen that happen is real-world consequences. 100% agree with that. 100% agree with that. But I don't think that's the only way, is with real-world consequences boiling down on them. I think that's one way of many. I think it is, and this gets into my probably seemingly simple, but hopefully well thought out philosophies. But people need to cultivate their sense of self, and realize that they are here in this motherfucker just like we all are. But we are all here. It's not just them. It's not a sense of solipsism. It's not a sense of ego, but it's a sense of self that you need to take responsibility for your impact on the world. But also, you should put yourself there so you can experience the joys and the highs of being in this world full of other people who, a lot of them are wonderful. And a lot of things that are wonderful, such as playing video games like Wanderstop. A lot of times things I'm passionate about, but I don't have any motivation, I just feel dead. Exactly. And so what I'm saying is not that people don't have passions, it's that their passions are being suppressed. One reason or another. For one reason or another. College moving points are too tempting. I mean, yeah, but like, I feel like college can be like a temporary and different experience, right? Is there a circle here? It just means it's done. Okay. Hello, is there anything I can assist you with? I don't need help with any of these. What do you want me to do with the hanging pots? Fill the aching chasm in Boru's soul. Okay. Put the plants in the pot. Okay, I'll do that. Too broken picky for junk food. Yeah. Same. Can't pot this? Damn, okay. I guess I can pot this. But I do think the core of the issue is like people are not taking their sense of self, like themselves as a person seriously enough. Like, where are you? Where is the person? Where is it? You can move the tea leaves. Can I move it here? Oh, he's back. What does this bozo want? Oh shit, what happened to his arm? Hello. What happened to your arm? Was caught off guard and common for me. Not like myself. Take a seat, okay? Bring you some tea. Yes, tea. Is there any particular flavor you want? No. Okay. I'll give you last batch then. But like, you have to be, not you, obviously not you, but like people need to be aware that they're a part of this world, whether they like it or not. And there are many things good and bad about it, but okay, maybe like maybe I sound insane now when I talk about this. The hell do you mean, Karasufanor, that like we're in this world? Of course I'm in this world. What the fuck are you saying? Okay, I know. Bear with me. But like, take responsibility for the fact that you are a human being in this planet, whether you like it or not. You make an influence, not just to the people around you and your friends and family, but also in your local community, and also to a lesser extent around the world. And to not be confused and think that you have the same extent and influence for everyone across the world, because you don't. For example, when you go on Twitter and you post something and it gets 100 likes, that's not, you're not speaking to the soul of 100 people. You're feeding the death machine that is slowly eroding people's minds. And 100 people who are part of the death machine just so happen to think your thing was funny or whatever, or insightful, but they're like, their lives aren't fucking changed. That's for certain. Where's the man who wants tea? Where is he? There he is. Good to society. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Bring out the Joker. Bring out the Joker emojis. I've thought about it. I've thought about it like a Joker, like a, not a Joker emote, but like a clown emote. But we don't have enough budget for that yet. We'll do that for like a, if. So the thing with emotes is you need a certain amount of memberships to even have a certain amount of emote slots. So if we don't even have that, then what's the point of designing more emotes? But eventually, if we do have enough emote slots, I might consider commissioning our team for like a clown emote or something. Anyways, let's give this guy tea. Now that I'm looking at it, I do not feel very thirsty. Do you need help with the wound? Does it need to be looked at? I've cauterized it. As per my training, it should be free of infection. Pain I can handle. What happened? I don't know wish to talk about it. Are you feeling okay? I am feeling not entirely well. My arm. This is only a setback. I'm being tested. I'm called to action. As always, the universe presents me with its challenges. I rise to meet it, or I do not. And to the challenge I rise. I'll recover from this and become twice the fighter I was. Twice that I've become incredibly dizzy. Should probably rest. We'll do that. Warrior Alta. Yes. Would you permit me to give you something? A decoration for your shop? What decoration? What? My mask. You would have a good home here. Why do you want to give me your mask? It's special. That's why I want to give it to you. My mask is an extension of my warrior spirit. It speaks to the virtue of persistence. When I wear it, I feel emboldened. I felt as though I should leave it with you. Alright. Very good. I'll place it by your sword. That way you can be reminded always of the warrior spirit that is still in you, waiting to reemerge. Okay. We'll do that now. Can't say it anymore because of woke. You can say anything. Like, you really can say anything. You just have to bear the... I'm like, again, I'm preaching to the choir. But like, people, like, you can't say anything anymore because of whatever. Like, comedians especially. You can. I don't know where this I know where this notion's coming from. This notion is because there's a boogeyman in their head that they're fighting. And they don't actually realize that, like... You know, like, you know, a stand-up comedian nowadays, like, you know, half of the ones that I used to watch, which is annoying, because then it's like, oh, fuck, I used to like this guy. They'll, like, come on a stage, a sold-out arena tour, and they're gonna go, you know what I hate about modern-day culture? You can't make jokes anymore. You just can't make jokes anymore. There are things you can't say. And then the crowd of, like, millions of their fans are, like, cheering and jeering and go like, yeah, there's stuff you can't say, yeah. And then he goes, and then the comedian goes, you know, like, and then says like the thing, says something like just straight up like homophobic or something. And the audience is like, yeah, we're not allowed to say that. We want our freedom back and we want to be able to say it. We want to say slurs again or something. We hate that society's oppressing us. It sucks. Like, you're literally in an arena, a sold out arena and tour. I don't know where it is coming from. I really just don't get it. It's just Dave Chappelle. It sucks because I used to love Dave Chappelle, man. And I think I still do, but man, Chappelle's fall off is just unfortunate. I would say Chappelle's fall off needs to be studied, but it already has been. And it's just, fuck, man. Like, what happened to Killing Them Softly? That shit was fire. Anyways, you're packed up. You betcha. I've reached what we call market saturation. The customer pool is tapped. I can read the writing. It's time for me to pack up and move on. Did you achieve all the business you wanted to achieve? Sales were, shall we say, unimpressive. But it's not all about sales. You know what it's about? Brand presence. These people know me now. I'm a fixture in their lives. They didn't buy anything, but I think they're thinking about me. That's the big picture. One day they won't be able to imagine life without the firm. Profitable presence of good old Nana. This is called investing in the future, and you kids wouldn't know a thing about it. I'll miss you, Nana. No, you won't. You're just confusing me for the fabulous services I offer. I've already left this place in my mind. You're just a husk to me now. Okay, bye. Good luck. Have a safe trip. Don't dump your trite platitudes on me. I'll miss you. Come back soon. No! You know how they say you get more conservative as you age? Why do you think that is? I've never heard that before, actually. I'm sorry. But if I had to guess why that's the case, I surmise it's due to the fact that... Oh, he put his thing down now. I surmise that the reason why this is a saying and is probably common, or why some people as they age will get more conservative, is because people are complacent and they want things to be comfortable and right. This is not old or young people. This is just people in general. We think our time was the best. You know, when I ask you about like a meme in 2010, or like, I don't know, like, oh, do you remember the good old days when insert nostalgic Pokemon game here? Man, like Gen 1 was the best, and all the other Pokemon games after that are bad or whatever, and you point out their flaws. It's, you know, it's that, but you extrapolate that to the widest, largest scale possible. Of like every facet of their lives was better. They're cherry picking the ideas like in their head, their memories that were good, and they're only focusing on the negativity of the contemporary issues now. You can't get with the times. You're inflexible because at the end of the day, you don't want to be. You want to be comfortable. People want to be comfortable. They want to feel safe. They want to feel secure and stable, and that comes with, you know, oftentimes an unwillingness for progression, and just kind of like a, well, the way things are right now are good, and that's why they should stay that way. And I can imagine why, like, you know, as they grow older, as people grow older, like that becomes the case. I can imagine that for sure. Oh shit, there's a lot of vines there. I'm gonna drink this tea first and clear it out. Gotta go. It's gonna be a while before I catch another stream. Bye bye. All right, see ya. See ya, FC.
Does this taste like leather? I guess I don't know what.
Oh, we've already
leather
seen
is.
this, so we can just talk over it. I don't mind talking over it now.
Leather working was the one single thing.
I feel I will never get with the times. I still don't understand Skibbity. So there's like nothing to understand about it. It's just like
shoes or a handbag or whatever. But it was always a hobby for him. He refused to do it professionally.
what is it like?
You know, to take it seriously. And that killed me.
It's kind of like the MLG 360 no scope videos of like maybe a little like it's maybe the generation before that. I don't know if you're familiar.
Waste in my mind. I told him that. Told
Like
him it was a
the
waste.
360 no scope, FaZe Clan,
God.
Snoop Dogg smoke weed every day, the sunglasses, Major League Gaming. Like it's like that. It's just the next generation of that humor, I think. It is nonsensical. It's just a funny thing, or it's just like a thing that is strange that has caught on to people's attentions and has propagated and spread around. Like, you know, the literal definition of a meme. That's all it is. Like, I don't think it's more, there's anything more than that. There's no like deeper reason for why it's popular. Or why kids enjoy it. It just so happens to be the thing that caught on, I suppose, is the way I would put it. Where's the thing? Where are the roots? I'm gonna go look for them. But anyways, that's all very depressing. I'm gonna start. I need to. How long have I been streaming? Like 2 hours. I need to make sure the rest of like the stream I'm a little bit more positive. So I need to talk about positive things. Okay, we gotta stop talking about like how the world is doomed and everything's over. we gotta do a hard U-turn on that. Okay. My proposition is to begin with a video I watched recently. I forget from who, but there was a YouTuber that made a video documenting all the positive changes, all the positive developments in climate change of late. Oh shit, sorry. And it's like, he details like the carbon emissions of countries and like how certain things may be looking down for some areas, but in other aspects are actually like a lot more positive. Like, oh, like, one of the biggest takeaways, or not takeaways, but the facts I've learned about from that video is how solar energy, like solar panels, are a lot cheaper now than people predicted. Because we knew that solar technology would be a thing, but part of the speculation for it in the past was how it would be super expensive and super hard to like, you know, make mainstream because of that cost. But due to, you know, our developments, it's actually really cheap now. Like solar panels are not that expensive as we projected. Like it was forecasted to cost a certain amount of money. Turns out we were like, we can now be, oh, that's a nice painting. It's so nice. Hold on, I want to display this. But it turns out that we were wrong in our estimations. And it's actually cheaper than we thought it would be. Which is great. Let's put that here. Oh. That looks nice. Okay. That's one of the more optimistic things. The others are like, you know, we are better than we were like 5-10 years ago in terms of our emissions, I think. And all the biggest offenders in the world for like, you know, their carbon emissions are slowly, or like they're improving. They're improving at a pace that is like, you know, a pretty good pace. Still not enough to get us on track. Like that's the asterisk, right? For a lot of these improvements. But, you know, it's not unreasonable to assume that we can get even better through time. Pounds itself are cheaper, but labor skyrocketed. So yeah, like it's a relatively positive thing amongst a sea of things that are not as positive. Really want to get solar panels. Isn't it such a cool like thing to just think that like, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna put things in my house and then I never have to pay for electricity again. And just don't use that much electricity. That's so nice. Fuck the electricity bill that comes in every month. Fuck that. I don't want to pay that anymore. I want to just generate my own electricity through the sun. And if I'm using too much, well, oop, I got no more lights. I say that, but then if I'm going to stream with a PC, that's probably not going to be... or there might be some problems with that. Who knows? Concept is great, though. I love it. Who's the ocean-haired goddess? It's just a painting. It's probably like this universe's equivalent of like an anime character, or like this is maybe like this universe's equivalent of a VTuber, maybe. Maybe this is like Alta's VTuber. Nah, never mind. It doesn't work. The vibe does not work at all. This is definitely not Alta's VTuber. VTuber model. During peak hours, you can sell the excess electricity to the grid, and if you use little enough, you can actually get money back from the utility company. What a dream. Doesn't that sound fucking amazing? And honestly, we're getting closer to that as a reality. We are. We are getting closer to that being a thing that can feasibly happen for the average household. That's fucking sick. Not yet. We're not there yet. But like, we're getting closer. We are. When you get them, you're gonna be a snob. My house isn't blessed by Helios. Apollo has looked upon me and bestowed me his boons in the form of these solar panels. But yeah, like it's so, like I would love to have solar panels installed, but I have not looked into like what that process is like, because I'm too busy like thinking about it in my head and going like, that'd be nice, and then not actually fucking doing anything about it. Not that there's much to do, but you know, I can't claim to say I've done my best entirely. Can't even plant this. What? It's because it's probably planted here already. It is a thing when neighbors have solar panels, and when they're away, they actually make them. Oh, really? So I guess it's a thing in some places, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And or what I'll correct myself to, because it's not a thing for me, I think, right now in the neighborhood I'm in, but like in Alexandria. But maybe it is, and I just haven't looked into it yet, and I'm just lazy. That could be it entirely. That could definitely be a thing. You tell me your home first? Yeah, that's a big step, isn't it? Remember when, like, dude, it's crazy. There's like, okay, Hassan Minhaj. Do you guys know Hassan Minhaj? He's like a political commentator slash entertainer slash comedian, right? He did a show called The Patriot Act, and I know it's just an American context for it, but I find parallels because I'm not American, but I find parallels between like the American system with my own when it comes to things like the rising housing or the housing market difficulties and all that shit. God, I pick that back up. And like what used to be like, you know, you just buy a house, used to be like just something you could do and just pay off the mortgage with your job, is now like a brutally nightmarish thing that cannot be achieved or accomplished in a lifetime. At least that's what it seems like. What's in my pot? What is that? I don't see it. There's no texture. My graphics are all on low. It's okay. He's funny. He used to watch channel all the time. Yeah, but anyways, he had like a thing. He has had several things talking about student loan debt and all of that I found really interesting. It's not necessarily something I can like relate to because again, I'm not American. I'm Alexandrian, but the spirit of it resonates with me, for lack of a better term. Where's my pot? Oh, I've got these trinkets and photos. I should put them aside. Can I put them on these? Oh, yes, I can. Yes, I can. Bug. Photo. March of the Pluffins. I gotta put this up as like a movie poster. Let's put it up there. Yep, there we are. But the whole like nowadays it's much more difficult than it was back then is interesting to me. I know I'm 60 years old, so it sounds weird that I'm saying this, but I do wonder how to get out of this being so cooked, I guess. Because it feels as though, oh, it's here. Oh, it's like, it's his whole wig too. Oh, I thought that was just his hair, which I guess in hindsight would be a stupid thing to assume. But I wonder sometimes how to get out of that rut of like thinking, oh, things are bad, things are bad, things are bad, things are bad, things are bad now. And they're a lot worse than they used to be. Literally look at the facts. They're all objectively worse things. Currency is weak. Purchasing power has diminished over the course of decades, over the course of the past decades and century. There has never been more inequality. It feels like we're moving backwards sometimes. There's a lot of that shit. That is like, it's easy to fall into the doomerism loop of like, okay, well, that's all terrible now. Okay, people are not talking again. That's a weird thing that happened. With the Demon Slayer Hunter guy. And also, Gerald earlier. We gotta go talk to Borrow, see what's going on. Borrow, where are you? There you are. Borrow. Need your help. The thing where people don't speak, it's happening again. Supposing it's this time once again to go to the shrine under the willow tree. Let's go there now, yes? We're gonna go to a different version of the clearing again? Most likely, yes. Okay. Come, we will explore it together. Wait. Yes? Oro? Please, I need to know why I can't fight anymore. I need to know what's wrong with me. I have to know. Can you help me? Can you fix me? Result, I may make a suggestion. The next time you're sitting down at the shrine, I suggest you hold this question firmly in your mind. There's a state of transition as the force takes us from one place to the next. This transition place is quite powerful and may respond to your inquiries. You must be holding the question clear in your mind. We'll go there now? I think that'd be great. Let's go light the shrine. Another season of change, I suppose. How do I take a photo again? Ow. Alright, well, it's a good enough photo, I guess. Where's the resident yapologist? Who? Gerald? He's nowhere to be seen. He's just gone. If that's who you're referring to. I don't know where he went. Okay, let's put this photo up. How do we... There we go. Nice. You gift. Okay. I guess we should pour all this into the tree before we continue. You know what? Let's time our transition to the happier stuff with the seasonal change. Let's go to the forest, or let's go to the statue and then go through this crisis. Here we are. We'll light the shrine once more. And there we go. You may simply sit down here whenever you like, and the shrine will take care of the rest. I'm wishing you well, Miss Alta, as always. Okay. Alta stares at the mysterious shrine. Sit down in front of it and let your mind wander? Yeah, okay. Why not? You're gonna take away all my teacups again, but I mean, it's whatever. I don't mind it. Where am I? My name is... I don't remember my name. What's going on? Where am I? Someone please... Hello, miss. Oro. What pleasant fortune to pass by you in these woods. Would you care to take a seat? With me. Sorry, my game is not... Excellent. It's good to be sharing your company. Oro, why can't I carry my sword anymore? What happened? What's wrong with me? There must be an answer. There must be. An answer. There must be, yes. You're holding the question in your mind. It's good. Remember, the force will help you. We'll show you what you need to be seeing. Keep holding the question. You see anything, feel anything, remember anything. Yeah, I remember fights. I remember losing stupidly. I lost a bunch of fights and then I came to this forest. I ran and ran, and then I found Master Winters. I found Master Winters. I did? Boro, did I already find Master Winters? Please, Miss Alta, you really should focus on the memory. Best not to lose it now. My computer's dying. Fuck. Okay.
Okay. I remember. I made it to her house. I found Master Winters. I did it. Then what? She welcomed me into her home. She was polite. We talked. I told her who I was, all the things I'd done. I was so excited. Why did I forget this? I showed her my capabilities, my speed, my power, and I explained the problem. My losses, my stupid losses. She watched me the whole time. She listened. And then... what happened then? Then we sat down in her kitchen. I told her that I wanted her to train me, to restore me to my full self. With her training, I would be as strong as ever. I had no doubts. Help me to become complete again, I said. She's the only one who could help. Please, I asked her, please help me. And she just sat in silence. And I didn't know what to say. I remember this now. She looks up at me finally after all this, and she says,
"No. I cannot do this. You are missing something. You are lacking in self-control. I cannot be the one to teach you this, for it takes a very long time to master, and I only have so many years left. You must be very disappointed. You've come such a long way and worked yourself so hard just to make it here. Please feel free to stay with me here for some time, if you wish. We can walk in the garden, discuss our pasts, and what we aspire to. These topics are rich soil for the mind. Of course, if you wish to leave, I would be glad to escort you. It is entirely up to you.
I sat there, just listening to her say all of this, telling me that I could not be trained. I couldn't think. I couldn't feel. And then, something happened. Hey, it's all right. You're going to be okay. I know how to help you.
What the hell is wrong with you?
What did I do? Why did I do that? I wasn't trying to do that. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. No, please. You have to believe me.
Get the hell away from me! Stay away!
No, please. I need this. I need your help.
Are you insane? Get out of my house! Get out!
No. I am in control. I am in control. Please. This isn't me. Please don't let this be me. God, no, please. I don't want to be this person. I don't want to be this person. It was the worst thing I had ever felt in my life. And I didn't want to feel it anymore. So I just blocked it out. The whole thing. I pushed it all down. As deep down as I could. Like it never happened.
Hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah, this stuff is definitely bringing to mind people I know. This is really interesting stuff. There's a bit with the losing control of oneself just now that I think is so hard to express, not just in like in the vacuum of when it happens, like, you know, an outburst or whatever, but I do mean like the impact it has on you and the surrounding kind of consequence of that, of one when they are so single-mindedly obsessed with something and just fighting to achieve it and losing their sense of self in that process, only realizing that too late when they've already, you know, done something regrettable. And oftentimes in media you see this happen. You see the moment like it happens. You see the outburst. You see the as in that scene just now, it would be the sword, right? You would see the attack, right? You see that, and it's oftentimes that's the part of that emotional process that is that is captured in media, and it's also the easiest to write. It's a high point in climactic tension. But the healing doesn't come from just recognizing that that's bad, for example. But the healing also involves, I think, an intimate understanding of the process surrounding that. And, you know, what leads to that? What mindset leads to something like that? How the struggles of changing. Like, you can't just say, okay, I'm going to have self-control now, and then just be in control of yourself. That's not how it works. And oftentimes, a lot of people who offer advice don't tend to be very helpful with that. I think what the game has done with that, and so far, is because this is a build-up from sort of past mysteries of this character, is able to flesh out and show the surrounding journey and not just the moment of essentially, well, of this broken person. I think that's pretty cool. That's how I think about it so far, at least. That's how I read that. Okay, we're back to Alta. I remember it now. I remember what I did. I attacked her. It's Alta. That was a very difficult memory to recall. I'm very sorry. Why did I do that? I don't understand. She didn't. She was just sitting there. She wasn't doing anything. Is there anything Boro can be doing to help? Alta, I'll be close by if you're needing anything at all. Hmm. Hmm. That's a lot of roots. Shit, we don't have those around. Gotta go grab that. Here we are. Okay, the radio's bugged. Let's go fix that. Oh, shit. Damn. This cozy game isn't cozy at all. What the hell, Davey reading? I've been scammed. I wanted to relax. I didn't want to have this crisis now. What? No, I get what he's... I understand completely what he's doing here. It's really good. I suppose I understand what the game's doing. Oh shit, it's like growing faster than I can cut it. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. I can cut it faster than it can. Hey, Boro. Hello, Miss Boro has made you a cup of tea. Won't you have a sip? Here, I'm hoping it helps. How are you feeling? Any better than before? I'm trying to, but... God, why? Why wouldn't I? Sounds like trying to describe it is perhaps not the best thing for now. Simply take a bit of time to rest and have some tea. Let yourself return to neutral. Yes, that's all. I'm wishing you very well as always. Shit is growing. God. You just... Let's sit down. Let's sit down for a while.
I'm awful. I'm not a good person. I was doing so good. Everything was so good. And then oh my god, I'm pathetic. I had everything. And I threw all of it away. All I had to do... She was right there. The one person who could help me. She was right there and I just... like I was an animal. I don't know. I don't know what I deserve anymore. Maybe I'm nothing. Yeah. Nothing. I'll never deserve anything good like that. Ever again.
At least the funny sound effect's still there. Are those coffee beans? What are they? Weeds. Weeds? Like you plant the weeds so they grow into weeds? That sucks. Do you want that? Don't you want to just cut it? I don't even know. Shame. I mean, it is winter. Oh, fuck. I didn't even look at this. Oh, wow. Oh. Oh, it's everywhere. Oh, it's everywhere. You know, I was supposed to use the seasonal transition to be more positive, and this is like not helping at all. Because I've been so doomerish the past like 3 hours. I've just been complaining and talking about shit that sucks. Or maybe that's the test, right? Maybe the test is I need to be positive in spite of these things. Fuck. Man, I'm not in the mood for that right now that I'm thinking about it. The Pluffins are okay, though. They are. They're fine. They seem to be doing just fine. I'll check on them in a little bit once I clear this bit. Where are they? There they are. They're just wandering. There's one. Tell me where your friends are. Tell me where they are. Oh God. Ah. Okay, well I gotta. Okay, I'll drop you for now. Oh, it's growing so fast too. God damn it, no. There are no laws protecting migrating birds in South Carolina. That's some good news. Oh, there are now laws. Sorry, I thought you said there were no laws and that's good news. I was like, what do you mean that's good? Sorry, I misread that. That was me. Who is that? Zeus? Sun Wukong? What's going on? What? Wait there. Well now, this ain't a welcome sight. Some kind of shop you got here. It sure looks that way now. I said tea. I serve tea. And that just a blessing. I'll surely have a cup, yeah. Yeah, cup of tea, it's a shop. Well, are you okay? Seems a little off. Yeah, you know, just... Hey, but don't worry about me. All's good. I'll just be around, yeah? Just right over there. Okay. Sun Wukong more like Sun Wukong. Man, doesn't everybody hate it when Goku went woke in the new Dragon Ball series when he dyed his hair blue? Is that positive? That's not positive. That's not positive. It's not positive at all. Fuck. I'm feeling negative thoughts, and I was supposed to not have them anymore. And now it feels worse. Now I'm even more negative. Now I'm like, yeah, he dyed his hair red and blue. I feel sad now. Fuck. This is seriously affecting my mood. A lot more than I thought it would be. I will not lie to you. Oh god, it's back. Fucking... Okay, alright. I mean, what else is there to do than to do this, right? Might as well. You guys, like, say some positive things in chat. Like, what's a nice thing about the world right now that's going on that'll make me feel a little better? Because right now, I'm like... Right now, I feel awful. Right now, this game is making me feel awful. Man, this fucking sucks. Cozy game my ass, dude. Fuck this game. What's up? What do you want? Oh? Well, okay. Two negatives cancel each other out. You're negative too. I wish it worked like that. Sometimes it just makes it a lot worse. Sometimes it's just as bad. I feel like the type of my type of negative, I bring a sort of like we're doomed, it's over vibe that people don't like very often. Actually, no, I don't. I don't do that. I don't bring that vibe. It's when I'm like, this is the problem, right? This is the problem. This is why I need to talk to people. And I make sure I do that. It's because if I'm just left alone to my own thoughts, like I tend to get stuck sometimes, and I recognize that I'm stuck, and it's not like it's not making me particularly worse or in any way, but it's just making it more difficult for me to formulate like interesting ideas. But then when I start talking to people, it's like that gets combated. Fuck, there's more here. Okay. All right. Okay. Which is why, for one of the things I'm going to announce tomorrow in the 500 subscriber stream, which at this point I feel comfortable just like talking about now because fuck it. It's relevant, I guess, is I'm going to make an effort to reach out to more people and talk to them on this channel. Because otherwise, a lot of what I do, even though I try not to for it to be the case, it's not my intention, it just kind of lends to itself that way, becomes kind of loopish and like negative. If there are any positive points to make, they tend to be like the same 2 or 3 and are not that interesting. And there's not a lot of variety in what I'm doing right now and what I'm saying, not what I'm doing, what I'm saying. So I'm gonna make a bigger effort to reach out to people and talk to them. Post the 500 subscribers. Post that stream. Post the consumerist stream. And the way one can look at it from the marketing business move standpoint is that's the best way to grow your channel and your audience. If you're into that. But for me, it's like, it's good for me to talk to people. That's what I do like offline. And it's fine that I do that offline, but I realize that my online presence is not it it doesn't reflect well. It doesn't bode well. It's not as nice to wallow in that so much as it is to be in a sense of positivity. And that's something I have to deal with and learn about. And it coincides with as well with profit maxing motives, so that works out for me, I think, in either sense of the word. I'm trying very hard to formulate happy thoughts, and it's not working out. The game is having a serious effect on me. Can we go back to the nice summertime, please? Fuck. Oh, no. I don't like this. Oh, God, there's more. Oh, there's more. Fuck. Oh, shit, that's the fucking penguin house. That's where the penguins are. The networking art. Yeah, like I'm adding them all on LinkedIn after like we collab. We're making LinkedIn connections with this. But I didn't want to just, you know, do that right off the gate because I feel like that's not necessarily a mistake, but that's what a lot of people do at the beginning. And it leads to them not being able to stand on their own. Not just VTubers, but like, you know, content creators in general. Hold on, we gotta like clear this out for the offlins. Who knew the writer beginner's guide was tugging at the heartstrings, right? Who knew? Who would have thought? Not me, not why I was so excited to play this game at all. Man. You want me to post insane LinkedIn posts in chat? You don't need to do that, don't do that. We gotta be positive here, we gotta be positive minded. Look, child, you're home. It's getting better. Fuck, it's spreading. Ah! Sun Wukong, can you help me? He's not helping me. He evicted the penguins, yeah. I'm struggling to form thoughts. This sucks. This sucks. I can't think of anything right now. My head is empty and I feel pain and misery. Quick, what else do I have to talk about? Oh yeah, I also feel like it'll be more fun for you guys to actually listen when it's not just literally me bullshitting with no one to interface with. I feel like it's a lot easier for interesting discussions to be had when there is an interface there. Because otherwise it becomes like I talk about the same 5 to 10 things and that's it. For instance, I would never talk about something I think about, but I realize I never talk about. Actually, maybe that's it, right? Something I think about a lot, but I realize I never actually talk about on this channel is like the prospect or the comparison of the prospects between going to space and like exploring underwater. Do you know that like saying that's like it's a lot more it's a lot better. Sorry, no, there's a lot more to explore under the sea than in the stars or something, or like just as much. I don't remember what it is exactly. Okay, you've exposed me as a phony, but I think about the question a lot of like, if I could ever like choose what direction to go with, would I want to explore down in the ocean and into space? Because when I was much younger, I would say it was space 100%, because it just sounded so much cooler. You know what I mean? Like it sounded like, yes, I want to go around seeing distant planets. I want to see the Milky Way. I want to see all that stuff. It's so cool. I want to go around the sun. You know, it's like a lot of those science videos and like games and like TV shows and cartoons and all of that. But then as I grew older, I'm like, the ocean is just as fascinating, but also there's like, it makes more sense and stuff is like there. It's less unpleasant. Because the highs of space travel in my head are very high, but the lows are just literally like that you don't think about, right? But the lows are like you're just looking into empty space. Like that's literally space, right? It's empty. Did NASA ever discover why men go to Jupiter to get more stupider? But like, it's kind of like, I want to, like, I still want to go to both. But the more I think about it, like, space is not as good as it seems, you know? You think about space, you think about all these planets, and most of the time you're on the ship, and you're waiting like 10, 15 light years. No, that's a distance. Light years a distance. You're waiting like, you're being frozen in a cryopod, or you're waiting a very long time, maybe say like 10, 20 years to get to one destination. So the destination might be cool, but it's taking you so goddamn long to get there. In the meantime, everything out there is just like, it's just the blackness of space. And then maybe you look over and there's this, oh, there's the sun. Okay, cool. You know what I mean? Vision for me, I wanted to see Christmas tree worms and whale sharks. Like, but if you go to the ocean, like everywhere you turn around, there's fish. There's fish fucking everywhere. So there's something to see all the time. You don't have to cryo freeze yourself to go there. So the question of whether or not, like, if you had to choose between going to space or going underwater, which at first seemed like an easy, like, space hell yeah for sure for me, is now become like, why would, like, the actuality of going to space sucks. Like, it's only good in your head when you're thinking about like the 20 minutes you get to be there on the planet, or maybe like the 1 month you get to be on the planet, and then the rest of like the 6-7 months is you just traveling to the next planet, right? Speaking of magma, speaking of Christmas trees, what about magma? There's got to be at least one organism living in it. No, right? Nothing can live in magma. I don't think it's just possible, is it? I'm not, again, you can tell I'm the philosophy major here, right? But like, isn't it impossible? For magma to host any like living organism? Because part of the necessity, part of the requirement for an organism to be able to like grow and develop is like an accessible body of water, right? Is that not the case? Like, life needs water. And you can't have that in magma. There's actual dead zones in the sea. I think sounds scary though. Does sound scary. Not just like, you know, shit that's like urban myths / legends like the Bermuda Triangle. But like, well, I guess including the Bermuda Triangle, but just not for its like mythical properties of like sinking ships, but more just like the combination of a few of its traits, meaning like it's much riskier to travel there by boat or something. There's got to be a zooplankton that loves the heated oxygen magma gives off. You might love the oxygen, but you need the water. You need the water. Underground volcanoes have life in them? No way. How? Where? Oh, underwater volcanoes. Well, they're underwater. There's the water. The problem isn't like, oh, you can't live in a volcano. The problem is like you can't live without water, right? That's the idea. That's why scientists get so excited, or like not really. Well, scientists too, but like the general populace gets really excited when we find water in like a planet somewhere far away. We go, oh my god, that must mean there's life. This is the only way, right? From what we understand of like living organisms so far, at least. It's too hot for anything to live. I think the heat is one thing, but like I'm sure there could be like I can imagine the possibility of an organism withstanding the heat. Or maybe not I can imagine. That's like a bad way to put it. I think it's possible that there could be an animal or like an organism that can withstand that heat and even thrive under it. But not without water, right? You need water. There's gotta be something in the magma. What the fuck is in the magma anyways? What would it be? Like a worm? You find like a Pokemon? You find like a Magcargo in there? You find Heatran? Like you know, like what the hell could be in there? Sure, the horseshoe crab will find a way. I doubt it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to doubt your goat like this, but I don't think the horseshoe crab is making it. Magma is just melted rock. Yeah, like if the temperatures are hot enough, like to melt the rock, what the fuck could be in it? I don't know. I guess I have a hard time wrapping my head around it. The like life in space, or sorry, the life in the sea thing. Sorry, not like life in magma. Excuse me. Sorry. Life in space, I guess, for the same reasons. Because everything that exists needs the sun, for sure. But they also need water. It's like the two things. You need sun and water are like the formula for everything that exists in life, I think. Right? Is that not the case? So, like, but is that like a rule? Is that like a law of physics? Is that a law? Is that like a law of the universe that, like, you know, it must be the case that these things are required for life? Or is it, you know, the black swan effect where we just haven't seen an organism that lives without water? And air? Yeah. Air. To some extent, I think. Yeah. Because if that's the case, then I feel like we figured out so much of it already. You ever think about like how a couple of million years to pull through? You ever think about how like long, sorry, no, like not how long history is, but like how far we've come, and like, you know, when is it gonna be it? When are we gonna finally? When is it gonna end? Not history, but like maybe like say our pursuit of scientific knowledge. Like when are we gonna eventually figure everything out? Maybe not everything, right? But like, you know, 98% of stuff. And the stuff we haven't figured out yet in fields of science. I'm speaking purely in fields of science, not humanities, but in science. Like stuff we haven't figured out yet is just stuff that's like fun. It's like kind of like, oh, in this foreign distant planet 3,000 like light years away, what exactly is the property it has and exhibits? Like, you know, that's exciting and it's super interesting, but it's also not like an immediately like an issue on Earth, for example, to experiment with, right? Like, how long till we get to that point where we figure most of this shit out? And when I was thinking about that, I was like, well, isn't that the reason why, like, it's cooler to go to the sea or like to explore the sea? Because when you explore the sea, it's like you're solving all the shit that's down here. You go into space, it's like that's far away and hard to test and whatever. If it's in the sea, it's not too hard to test, to set up a lab, like a floating lab, right? In like a body of water. Is the journey not part of the fun? No, of course it is. I'm not saying, oh, like we should get to the end now. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's only a matter of time that till we eventually get to near the end, right? And like, how long would that take, I wonder? And what happens then? Are we gonna get bored? Is it not gonna be cool anymore to be like a woman in STEM? You know what I mean? You want to talk about the end of the pursuit of knowledge? So I want it to be positive. Fuck, you're right. Shit. God damn it. God damn it. Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts. No, but like it's happy, right? It's cool that like it could end. Like I'm talking about the heat death of the universe, like trying to paint it in a positive light. I think. Yeah, I think I've finally done this whole clearing. Oh shit, no, but then it's back over there. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay, off, back to work. What's your favorite sea creature? I'm assuming you're not talking about them as foods. I like the, it's not my favorite probably, but it's the first thing in my head that pops up when you ask me that question is like the mantis shrimp. I think, is it the mantis shrimp or like the bullet shrimp? There's like a shrimp. Is it a shrimp that like that can hit so hard or like hit so fast, like, and produce a sonic wave underwater that it's like a bullet or something, and that's what they named it after. And then they made like a Pokemon after it. But you know, like the point is that that animal itself, I saw like videos of that animal, and it's so fucking like, it's so crazy. It does actually look like someone fired a gun underwater when you like look at that shrimp. That's crazy to me. Mantis shrimp, yeah. Like, this dude is a bullet, and it's just a little guy. He's just a little guy, and then it goes, and then like, you know, that's like, that's your ear that's blasted off if you were to piss it off, right? You're gonna lose your ear or your fingers or some shit. Not just like, you know, in a claw or pincer, because that, or like teeth, I can see that, I understand that, but like through like this guy 1 inch punching you from a distance, that's fucking wild. God damn it. Okay. I think mine is jellyfish. Jellyfish are immortal, aren't they? Or is there like an immortal species of jellyfish? When I think about jellyfish, I think about like the immortality jellyfish. And I think like, when can we eventually figure out what are the genetic properties in this so we can use it for our own good? And then I dip into the negative thoughts of like, okay, how are people gonna like utilize this and fight over it and weaponize it as usual? That's where my mind goes, but let's focus back on the positives first, right? Of the animals. Just looked it up. Leaf slugs are cute. Like an IRL Pokemon. Okay, now I gotta see it. Leaf slug. Whoa! That's what it looks like? It looks like a fucking... This looks like a Stardew Valley creature. What? This looks like a thing... This looks like a cartoon. The leaf sheep. Show us? Okay, hold on. And these transitions are ass. This, look at that. That looks like a cartoon. Like, that's not a real, like, that's not a real animal. It's fucking wild. how's it? I mean, I guess the reason why it's not extinct and hunted to extinction by like predators is because like it just camouflages itself as like leaves, and that's why like maybe bug eaters stay away or something. If mermaids were real, would you eat one? Why or why not? I would eat fish, not because they are fish-like, but because fish have a lack of human qualities to them. But a mermaid is not just half fish or whatever. Excuse me, sorry, I was yawning. Or whatever. But a mermaid is also half half human. Is it half human, or is it pretty much just human with like a leg or a tail? I don't know what it is exactly. But like they have like, do they have a brain? Does their brain function like, is it a human? Is it pretty much identical to a human brain minus a few things, and their limbs are just a bit different? Is that what makes a mermaid? Like, are you just a human? Yeah, are you just a human with a fishtail? Because if you are, then you're just like a human with a fishtail. Then would I eat you? Probably not. I would eat a human if they said if they wanted to be eaten by me specifically. They were like, yes, I want Karasufuno to have I want them to have a piece of me, or whatever that would mean, I think. And they die, and then, like of natural healthy causes, and they're preserved, and a chef that's like specializes in this prepares the human flesh and the meat into various different dishes. I would eat that. Yeah, I would. And it'd be so interesting to have that experience. I would totally, but like it would have to be under those circumstances. Like there has to be, the person has to want to be eaten, and also it has to be prepared by like a professional that knows how to make it right. Like I don't want to just look at the slab of meat and go, okay, what the fuck do I do with this thing? Do I just throw it on the pan and just like salt it and pepper it? I don't know. Cannibal reveal? No, but it's like, I'm not gonna kill someone to eat them. That's a cannibal, right? Or well, not strictly by definition, but what we associate with the cannibalist, like, okay, let's go back and pause my BGM and go back to the video game. But like what we associate with, oh god, now it sucks. Now the music's uncomfortable. Or like it's uncomfortably silent because there's no music. But like what we associate with like cannibalism is more just like the murderers that will cannibalize like people, but after they've killed them, right? If like someone died of normal, like of okay healthy causes, and it was prepared professionally, I would definitely try human meat for sure. I've been told it tastes like veal. That's what I've been told it tastes like. There's a court case about this where someone was consensually allowed themselves to be killed and eaten. Yeah, I don't know about that. Like, but I don't know if the, if they consent to be killed. I would want someone to die of like maybe natural I don't know. Can I be picky with my human meat? I don't think I can be picky. You gotta just take what you can get, right? What if this was a murder victim who signed a waiver like, 20 years ago that's like, okay, yeah, I'll have someone eat my meat, that's okay. But I feel like I would definitely eat it out of a curiosity. I owe it to the people who won't get that opportunity to eat it to tell them what it was like. That's what I think. If my friend had that offer on the table, I would definitely try to encourage them to do it. Just so I could like hear about what it's like. Cruelty-free, free-range human meat, exactly. Like they have to have lived a happy life. No toxins in their body. No preservatives. Just organic human. I would have that. There's like a thought experiment on this of like called, I think it's just either that or it's just a nice book title that I read years ago called The Pig That Wants to Be Eaten. And it's just like the thought experiment is like, what's the morality of like meat consumption if like the pig consents to be eaten, I guess is the scenario. Like, would it be capable of consent? What does that mean? What would it require for it to have consent? What if it did? How would we make it prove it, etc., etc.? Would you want their name and life story in the container too? Ooh, good question. So, okay, I don't want it on a container. I don't want to see like the flesh. In the same way, I don't really care to, but it's normalized for me, so it's fine. But I don't want to see like the steak, the sausage, whatever, before it's cooked. The only reason I'm okay with it now is because it's been normalized to me, but I'm not normalized to see human meat, so maybe not that, right? But like, do I want to hear the life story of this person? Maybe I would. I want to hear it. I want to, you know, here's what I want, right? Here's what I want. I want to sit down and this person and I'm greeted with an appetizer of like maybe other things that like they're supposed to get me ready for this experience. The chef comes out with the main course, right? Here's the dish. It's like sauteed human like thigh bone or thigh or something. Like, and then I want the chef to explain the dish to me as they serve it. First, explain it in like, you know, how you prepared it. Oh, I did this thing and I sauteed it with this, and then I added these spices, and then I did this for 40 minutes, whatever. I want you to go through all of that, and then I want you to tell me, here's why I decided to do that. This dish was inspired by this person, you know, like by this living person, like holiday accident. Like this person, their life story was this. They believed in these things. They had these views. Their diet consisted of largely this and this. So when you taste the meat, it will taste a certain way. And that's to be expected because that's, you know, and that's why I prepared this meat in this way, for you to best enjoy this, right? This part of the dish reflects their beliefs and their philosophies and their principles in life. This part of the dish reflects maybe their childhood experiences and what it was like. This part of the dish reflects their endeavor to cultivate scientific knowledge and the growth of the knowledge base, which is also why this person has consented to be eaten, etc., etc. I want to hear all of that, like, by the chef. That's what I want. I don't want it on like a container somewhere. I want the chef to explain it to me in prose, like clarity, hopefully. Well, we eat other creatures without consent, so morally if it was human who gave consent. Well, that's why I think there's, and this is a controversial issue. I don't think it's necessary that you agree with me here, like, or like, you know, that's what I say about most things, but this specifically I think is controversial. I have like a not very like it's definitely a take, right? But there needs to be a categorical distinction made between humans and every other animal in the animal kingdom. And my foundation for that is just because we are human. And we are capable of things that no animal is capable of. No other animal in the animal kingdom is capable of. We're capable of all the things that other animals are, and more. That's what I mean. And in the interest of the human race, as a human in the human race, I think humans deserve, like, you know, a certain privileged status above every other animal in the animal kingdom. So if it was between saving like a cow and saving a human life, I'll always save the human life. Right? And then it comes the question, okay, then it comes the question, and I've thought about this before for a while as well, right? When I say, okay, well, humans deserve, like, you know, far better, like, you know, like, They deserve the statuses and rights that animals don't have. Okay, well, what rights do animals have? And then I go, I don't know, because I eat meat. And I think I'm morally okay with eating meat. But also, like, you know, I don't want to see animal abuse. What if the cow offers you $1 million? Then it's not a moral question. That's a question. That's a financial question. And the answer is, I'm taking the dollars. I need that. I need that money. I gotta pay. I got bills to pay. I got bills to pay. There's a community around me to like nourish and hopefully cultivate. There are children that could benefit from this money that I could donate to or use in my own endeavors. Do not start a negative rant about the trolley problem. Okay, that won't, it's not about the trolley problem, but it's a trolley problem rant. I just, yeah, never mind. The one I was about to say, it's not a trolley problem. It is. I'm like, because sometimes I'll think, okay, if it's between a kid and like a dog, I'm saving the kid. If it's between, or like maybe let's make it easier because some people here have pet dogs, right? So let's make it easier. If it's between a kid and like a chicken, I'm saving the kid. This is not assuming like, you know, oh, the value they bring to the society or whatever. Just strictly speaking, in that moral vacuum, assuming everything else is the same. But what about like a kid and like 10 chickens? Okay, well, I guess I'll kill I would rather kill the 10 chickens, you know? And there's real world precedents for this. For example, we are willing to, you know, slaughter a ton of chickens, not for the sake of eating them, but like, and, you know, using it as fuel for humans, but just getting rid of them because they were like contagious with a virus or a disease or something. There's like some level of precedence to this, right? But like, okay, what about 100 chickens? Children that can benefit from the donation chat. No. But like, you know, what if it was 1,000 chickens and 1 human? Then I'm like, should it scale? Should it tip the scales? Because in my belief, for whatever it may be, and it's like a very flimsy belief because, you know, it's not very well formed and developed yet. I'm in the process of it. I'm working on it, right? Because I don't really feel like I know what I feel about animals yet. But would I would I sacrifice 1,000 chickens for the kid? I feel like, yeah, I would probably still sacrifice 1,000 chickens for the kid. Okay, what if it was 10 million chickens? And I go, oh, fuck. I think I still save the kid. But then it's like, I gotta be responsible for the death of 1,000 chickens now. What happened? Why is it growing back? Oh my god, no. This is never ending, is it? I should, like... Let me talk to Bolo. Oh, that guy sitting in the cloud, he's already gone totally silent. Really? But he only just arrived. How fascinating. It's quite unusual. Up until now, they've only gone silent after a period of time. Wondering if it's something to do with the forest, with the shop itself. But now I have a new hypothesis. Please, won't you join me at the shrine under the willow tree? I'll tell you more. Okay, we're going back to the shrine. That's good. I turned around. I think it just grew back. I literally just finished cutting it a moment ago, and I think it's back now. I think going into the shop actually reset it. I am not crazy. I swear that's what happened. Right? No, I think it's just growing more and more. Okay. 10,000 chickens, you're responsible for famine. Oh, I'm assuming this is like an alternate Earth. Philosophers love to do this analytics as well, which I am one of them, I suppose. Where we're assuming it's an alternate Earth where nothing, like the chicken, we're just like destroying. We're just gonna push a button and it nukes a planet, and the planet just happens to have 10,000 chickens on it, and that's it though. Nothing else. There's no humans there, and we were never gonna be able to eat them anyways. Excuse me. But we were never going to be able to eat the chickens anyways. So what do we do then? Here's what Boru's thinking. This force has a mind of its own. Surely you've noticed. This force responds and reacts and create and it can destroy. All of this the force can do only because the people who are inside of it. People like me are customers and like you. Result of the force is reacting to you. What you're feeling inside is informing what we see here in the clearing. And Boris suspects that this silence from our customers the need to exchange clearing. Something in you is asking for this. As though a part of you wishes to move on and is requesting a change. In truth, I do not know for sure, but this is my guess. Okay. Let's simply see what the shrine has in store for us this time. One in front of the other, yes? As always, I'll be here if you need anything. Thank you very much for your patience. Alright, it's time to wander. Could have eaten the eggs. No, like, the planet is exploded and it's destroyed all the chickens and the eggs. Okay, whatever. We're going into this cutscene. Hold on, this is serious. Hold on. I don't remember my name, what I'm doing here. It's a blur, it's a fog.
Hey,
Please, someone.
I'm here. I've got you. Do you remember who you are?
You? You hate me. You've wanted me to suffer.
Hate you? What are you talking about? This is what you asked me to do. You wanted to be amazing. That's what we're doing. Together. We're achieving the impossible. There isn't a person alive who wants you to succeed as much as I do.
I know, I believe you. But you don't let me rest ever. I need to rest at some point. How about after I find and apologize to myself?
No. You have to let go of that. It's in the past. Don't you remember the bigger goal? Undefeated for the rest of your life.
Why can't I just rest first? Then I'll get to the bigger goal after that.
Alta, if we stop now, something horrible will happen.
Something horrible? What are you
It'll
talking
tear us
about?
both to pieces. It will destroy us. You know this.
No, I don't know. Explain this. What horrible thing is going to happen if we rest?
Hey, you're going to be okay.
Get away from me. This is nicer. Hello again, miss. How are you doing? Or there's this person I keep seeing. She looks like me, she has my voice, and she tells me what to do. She's unrelenting. I can't disobey anything she says. I think I attacked Master Winters because of her. Let's see. Miss Alta, where do you think this person came from? She's not me. I know she looks like me, but we're different. She isn't you. No, she's something else. I would never attack Master Winters, never. I know myself. Someone could be manipulating me, getting me to attack people. That's possible, right? What if the person manipulating me is using a disguise to look like me? That would make sense. There's plenty of explanations. I'm not a bad person. No, it doesn't matter where she came from. All that matters is getting free of her. I'll find a way. I'll fix this, don't worry. Delta. Gosh, what is it? Nothing, never mind. I'll trust your judgment on the matter, this being your journey, not Boro's. Right. Let's just get back to running the shop, okay? Don't want to talk about this anymore. Just grow plants and make tea and serve it in sweet leaves.
Rest, right? I'll just relax and rest and chill out and make tea. Focus, Alta. Focus on relaxing. You can do this. And hey, if I can't fight anymore, then I'll just be great at making tea instead. That's fine.
Right, great, good, let's do it. Here we go. Delta, Boro would like to make you a cup of tea. You've been working quite hard. Why don't you let someone else handle this particular task? Okay, sure. Excellent, I'll be back in a minute. Also, I'm not even making the cozy parts cozy for myself because I keep on going into tangents that are kind of negative. This is a lot nicer. I like these colors more. Here you are. This particular cup of tea is made very lovingly with painted gourds. They taste like one's favorite type of ice cream. Isn't that wonderful? Does the fruit know what kind of ice cream is your favorite? Who knows? It's a miracle of nature. Anyways, I hope you're finding some time to simply sit and take care of yourself. Of course, Boral will be right here if you're needing anything at all. Time.
I don't have a lot of overtly pleasant memories with my mother. But there was this one magical afternoon where she brought home ice cream out of the blue. And then the two of us sat in our back porch and ate it together and chatted and sat in silence. I can't even explain why, but it was just peaceful and magical. And then, out of nowhere, she says, "You know, we're both so lucky that we have your father. I know you don't care for him, but we're so lucky." We? I thought to myself, what was she talking about? She said, "I promise with him around, it's going to get better." My mind clamped down on that phrase. It's going to get better. What did she mean? What was going to get better? What was wrong? Did she know something I didn't? I started to feel sick. That night I couldn't sleep. Vaguely in the back of my throat, it felt as though something was making it harder to breathe.
Where's the coziness in my cozy game, huh? I've been lied to. Now I'm thinking about my terrible past. Now you've got me thinking about how Alta's, you know, comes from a very different circumstance for me that I need to try to relate to. That is reminiscent of some people I know in my life, which is really interesting and has shed this perspective on me that I've not had before. I want to drown this penguin. Can't do that. That's fine. You used the camera? I did, not for the winter though. I didn't use the camera for the winter. I just took like a photo of the yard back when it was autumn, I think. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah. Which is my favorite season. I just need to do it. I need to do it. Hold on. You'll understand me. Hold on. If my computer doesn't bug out, I can show you. No, this is not what I'm talking about. Damn it. Fuck. These memes are like 2010 coded. No, that's not what there's like a good one, I swear. Picture looks like a default background. It comes on a Windows computer. I'm sorry. That's the best I could do. It's not this one, but it's like, oh fuck, I can't. I said I would tweet it yesterday, but I forgot to look for it. But you'll understand what you'll understand what I mean. I'm really lagging now. God damn. There's like a bird. What does it want? It's up there. Hello, what do you want? Welcome to Wanderstop's the tea shop. Tea shop. At last, a welcome bit of civilization. You can't know the depravity I've been through out there. Best not to discuss it. Please then, let us get to it. What items are on your menu? You just tell me what you want and I go try and make it. Ah, a shop run in the classic Oshigani style. How delightfully quaint. Let's see, what shall I request? I think I'm quite partial to lavender at the moment. A cup of lavender tea will do nicely. I do believe it would pair nicely with some ghost fruit. I say, now here's an idea. Are you capable of altering the color of the fruit? You know, my dear, the satisfaction of tea comes from its aesthetics just as much as its taste. Ghost fruit truly takes on a striking color pattern when altered, don't you agree? So I want the regular ghost fruit or the one with the alternate colors. Let's go with both. Yes, why not? Both it shall be. Okay, so your order is lavender tea with regular and color swapped ghost fruit. That's it. Exquisite. I shall be awaiting it eagerly. Okay. I will get a restraining order on you. I'm not trying to hurt them. I'm just trying to drown them. Okay. I'm trying to drop them in the water, but they'll swim away because they are penguins. Like, right? That's what they do. Penguins can swim. Combination character, parrot, and chairman. I shudder to imagine what that would be like. Also, I don't talk like that. It's not true. I don't speak like that at all. I'm very approachable and I'm not particular with my tea. As long as it's served with good intention, I wouldn't mind drinking it. That's a huge distance, penguin. Go! Well done. Well done. Right, back to snipping. Snip, snip. What's the, what did he ask for? Lavender. That's what was asked. Ghost rose, blue loops, prism peppers, snot cones, painted quartz, bite berry, chip chips, mezberry. None of these are lavender. What am I supposed to do with this information? What? Oh, bright and tangy with hints of lavender. Whey per sprouts. Is that what that is? Whey per wheat. What kind of tea specifically do you like? I don't have a specific favorite. Let me look up. Give me a moment, actually. I think I enjoy black tea though. I wanted to be sure what it was called. I think it's called black tea, isn't it? Let me look up black tea. It's a type of tea that's more oxidized than oolong, yellow, white, and green teas. Black tea is generally stronger in flavor than other teas. Yep. Black tea. That's my favorite, probably. But I don't have a preference. I'll drink any tea. I can't move. My screen is dying. My computer is dying every time I turn around in an environment. And I have the graphics on low. This is not good. Fuck. Did you like Foggy black tea? Did I? I think I do. Matcha? Yeah, I like matcha as well. I'm a big fan of matcha as well. Green tea. Black tea with milk? I don't think I've had it with milk. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it. But it should be good. Chinese is called red tea. Right. That's what I was thinking of. How do I... Never mind, I don't know why This is a messberry. That's not what I want. Damn. What do I want? Blue with things on the side. How do I get more seeds of different colors? Where are they? Could be in the store. Like black tea's bitter for my taste. It can be sweetened, but yeah, I understand what you mean. There's one. Oh, two. There's two. Wait, that's not enough though. That is not enough, is it? What you little bastards have? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Parcel. Boop. In the last parcel. Love white tea, but it's always really expensive. I think I've heard of it, but I've never had it, so I don't know what it's like. I haven't even read the second Dirk Warhard novel yet. Let me read that now. The Fastest Bullet Alive, a Dirk Warhard novel. There's 13 pages. Maybe we'll read it later. We'll read it later. It's a bit long. American Southern Black Tea. No, I have not had that. What am I looking for? I'm looking for tea leaves. That's what I'm looking for. And also seeds. Blue seeds, 6 of them. Green seeds, 4 of them. Whoa. Okay. I don't think I've had expensive teas. Like all the teas I've had are probably like cheap common teas. Lipton. Well, I'm not gonna be like, yeah, it's delectable, and then like, you know, you see the Lipton like brand on like my tea bag. You're not gonna see that, but you know. That's why I'm not like a snob about it either, because I don't know enough about it to be snobbish, even if I wanted to be. Which is not good for me because I just look like a fool when I go, yeah, I'll drink any tea. When like when in actuality, yes, I actually just will drink any tea. And it's not because I don't know anything about tea. It just so happens that I also don't know anything about tea. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? This makes no goddamn sense. Boba tea store teas. Yeah, but they're like, they sugar it way too much, don't they? They add too much sugar into it. Like it becomes a whole like it is just sugary water, isn't it? You get boba tea. My mouse stopped moving. Okay, all right. You're gonna have to give me a moment. Okay, moment given. Get 30% sugar. I don't know. I haven't been to like a boba place in a while, but when I do, I just get whatever. Like I don't make a request. I just have them serve it to me, and then I drink it. And I go, I don't like that. This because I should have made a request. Oh well, and then I didn't, and then I just don't go back there again. Helps again that I'm not too attached to the idea of going out and spending money. So it's okay with me. Don't like American iced tea. I think I've had it and it's fine, but I wouldn't have it like frequently. That's really what I mean when I say like I think boba tea is too sweet. Like generally when stuff is because I like sweet stuff. The way I talk about it, you wouldn't think so, but I do have a sweet tooth. It's just that because I know I have a sweet tooth, and I would like understand myself enough to know that I cannot afford to just indulge in whatever sweet things I want. I oftentimes will limit, like I'd be super conscious of like the sweetness of whatever it is I'm consuming. So I enjoy sweet stuff. Like I love desserts. Oh shit, I have dessert later. I have dessert later tonight, which is really nice. It's a damn thing. What was I looking for? I don't remember what I was looking for. Hold on. Ding dong. What was that? Oh, that's like the mail. I gotta go check the mail. What's your favorite dessert? Okay, that's excellent question to follow up with. Let me answer that after I read this mail. Second. The person returned a second lost parcel. This is quite confusing. As you know, you already returned one lost parcel to me containing my sacred cloak. However, your latest package contained another cloak exactly the same in every way. Where did the second cloak come from? My cloak is the only one of its kind. This is not possible. Where are you finding these packages? Attached is a photo of me attempting to wear both cloaks at once, so you'll see it's quite nonsensical. I'm coming apart at the seams, attempting to wear two cloaks at once. What have you done to me? Sincerely, Olivia the Almancer. She's cute. All right, okay, moving on. I'm not elaborating on that any further. The only time I'll try something new is if I have a friend with me to finish it if I don't like it. No, but that's part of the... But you gotta live, you know? You gotta try, as long as it's not, you know, bad for you objectively. Like, it's not terrible for you. If it's just, like, okay... If it's, you know, just a sugary drink, whatever, and it's something you've never had before, the part of the risk is that if you don't like it, you'll have to finish the whole thing anyways. But that's what makes the victory so sweet when you, like, you know, you taste something for the first time and you're like, this is incredible, holy shit. That's what makes it so great, is because there was the possibility, the real possibility, that it could have been something you didn't like and that you would have had to finish the whole thing for anyways. I always try new shit. When presented the opportunity, I always try new shit. Allergic to wasting money on things I don't like. Yeah, but it's like you're buying it for the experience, right? When you buy something new. Because otherwise, you're just gonna end up buying the same thing every day. Forever. Because you're only gonna do the very limited amount of things that you are forced into that you have deemed that you like. Oh, that's Galarian Rapidash. But yeah, to answer the dessert question, which I forgot to earlier completely. I love all kinds of desserts is like is like a cheap kind of like non-answer, even though that's truly what I think. Like genuinely, most types of desserts that are sweet and like dairy based, I would love. Anything that's dairy based and sweet, I immediately enjoy. But cheesecakes are my favorite. The New York style cheesecake, or just any kind of extension of a cheesecake or an ice cream cake, is my favorite dessert. That is my favorite thing. It doesn't change color. God damn. No. Whatever. You should try rasmalai. I'm open to. I'm absolutely open to. But like, I might have had it and I just didn't know that's what it was called. Because I've always been like, oh, there's like, because people will be like, oh, hey, there's this thing, and I'll go, oh, hell yeah, okay, I'm gonna have some, and I'll be like, that's great, and then I forget what it's called. I just remember that I had it and it was good. I put a lot of faith in the people that make recommendations to me, because I kind of just go like, yeah, okay, I'll try it, or I'll do it, or whatever. Like if someone wanted to poison, if someone in my, like, have you seen those memes that's like, your inner circle, like, my liege, you are being poisoned, do not listen to the citizens, and then, you know, I don't know, okay, that, I don't think that makes any sense, but there's like a random memes that pretends that you are, like, where it's like POV, you are like a royal advisor. Maybe that's the algorithm serving me what it thinks it wants me to see, or what I think I want to see, or what it thinks I want to see, and I think they got it right. I do want to see that shit. But anyways, it's like, if my inner circle were compromised and someone wanted to poison me, I feel like it'd be really easy. Like, I'm a little too trusting of the people around me, I think. All it takes is one person to want to poison me for me to die, probably. Have you had any Asian teas? Probably, but I don't know if I could name them to you. But I've probably had them. Little cringe, my liege. It is. I'm actually really cringe, considering I'm a male VTuber. I think that doubles the cringe factor immediately. I think here's my hot take. You're more cringe as a male VTuber than like a female VTuber, or like an NB VTuber who presents in a way that's relatively feminine, because that shit makes money and we know that. And it's like a path to success that's legitimate. But if you're a dude, it's like, why not just turn on your face cam, you fucking idiot? If you want to make content, the only reason you would want to be a male VTuber is if you want to like boyfriend experience engagement bait. You fucking dumbass. So me being a male VTuber who's not into that, I'm like triply cringe because of that. Just, it's a debuff I just have. Anyways, back to teas, right? Or like desserts. I fucking love cheesecakes. Cheesecakes are incredible. They're terrible for you, like, you know, like they're way too sweet, and you know, all of the negative things that come with desserts generally, right? But every once in a while, maybe every week, every other week, I would love a cheesecake. If, let's just say hypothetically, if I were offered a cheesecake, I would not say no. At any situation, if I were offered a cheesecake at any point in time, I would not say no to it. Lemon pie supremacy. Lemon pie is good too, and I've had lemon cheesecake, which is similar to lemon pie. I've had both of them. They're also really good. And I would also, okay, you know what? Actually, I would not turn down any dessert, honestly. If someone offered me, okay, yeah, if someone offered me any dessert, I would probably be like, yeah, I'll have it. If someone offered me food, I would be like, yeah, I'll have it, actually. If someone offered me, like, if someone offered me anything, I would say yes, please, totally. I'm not picky at all. I'll have it. Someone could give me like an old, almost rusting but not quite chair, and I'd be like, that's great, thank you. That's actually an upgrade for me. You have no idea. I'm beginning to see the trend. But yeah, cheesecakes. European cheesecakes or New York style cheesecakes? I feel like I've had both, but they're not that different to me, because I'm not a connoisseur of cheesecakes. Because when people really like something, oftentimes they're like a connoisseur and they can tell, you know, this is the cheesecake from this province or whatever. But like, I don't have that. I'll just be like, this is a cheesecake and I love it. That's it. Key lime pie. That key lime pie is good too. It is. I had like an Oreo cheesecake that was good. I had like different types of fruit on cheesecake are really good. I think New York style is the one I'm most used to, and it's my favorite probably because of that. Probably. Are these all the seeds I have? I suppose it is. Okay, what's needed for Waper wheat? Blue in the middle, something on the side. Actually, I should get some blue seeds first. Where's the water? I forget where the water. Have you been to Cheesecake Factory? I've been to Cheesecake Factory once in my life. And it was like, it was magical. You know what the best part of that experience was? So, okay, I went to Cheesecake Factory because, like, you know, like a friend brought me. It was like a group of people as well. But the best part about that was I went with a bunch of people who all ordered their own cheesecake, because it's like, you know, everyone gets their own cheesecake, right? But like half of the people I was with, it was like it was like maybe a group of 10 people. No, not 10. 5, 6, 7 people. 5, 6 people. And like half of the people could not finish their cheesecake because, you know, they don't want to get fat or whatever, which is like, you know, which meant not only did I have my cheesecake, which was so good, I also had like 2 or 3 other people's like 80% of their cheesecake as well, because that they only ate like 20%. And I was so happy that day. I've only been to Cheesecake Factory once, and that's my Cheesecake Factory experience. Never had cheesecake before, and the idea of it scares me. I don't understand why it would. Are you like especially lactose intolerant? If so, then I guess I understand that. But man, I just love cheesecakes. Every week you get a Costco cheesecake. That's not true. Not every week. Okay. But I will get like store brand stuff. I will do that. I will just get store brand items. And like because I'm not that picky and I'm not a connoisseur, I'll just be like, it's a cheesecake, it's a cheesecake. If it's a cheesecake, it's a cheesecake. Allergic to milk? And the idea of cake of cheese sounds very weird, plus all the unhealthy facts I've heard. Right, okay. I mean, that I understand. If it's an allergy thing, and all I can say is like, my condolences, because holy shit, you're missing out. I love cheesecake so much. You can take those, if you're like allergic to milk or like you're lactose intolerant or whatever, you can take those pills, right? Aren't there pills you can take that like allow you to be like tolerant for a day, like, because it's like, it's part of the allergy or part of the intolerance is like your body doesn't have the required things to process it, right? But you can just take a pill that temporarily allows you to do that, and then you can have like desserts or whatever. Or maybe I'm tripping. But ideally you just don't eat it. Yeah, of course, ideally you don't eat it, but I'm just saying that you could try it once, right? But maybe that, you know, you break open Pandora's box and it's over, and then you'll want to have it all the time. I mean, if that's the case, I get that too. Costco guys, I'm not a Costco guy. The Costco guys freak me out. The what's his name, like the Rizzler, like I get it's a meme, but it does make me uncomfortable that like that it's like a bunch of kids doing that as well. Like the Costco reviews or whatever. I don't know. Have you been to a Costco? Only once. And it was because I was with someone else with... Okay, no. Yes and no. I've been outside of Costco. I was traveling in a group and only one of us or two of us had like a membership. And so we were just... Most of us weren't allowed in anyways. So I just stayed out. And I just stood outside in the cold for like 20-30 minutes going like, fucking hell, what the hell's taking them so long? And then they come out with like the Costco hot dogs or something, and like the soda. I was like, oh, that's pretty good. And they were like, oh, it's $1. I'm like, oh, okay, I get it now. And it's like free refills for the soft drinks. And then we had it in the car and it was like good. How do I get a membership? Money. You have to pay money to buy the membership and then you can have it. Yeah. Eat stuff without care. Also, I'm allergic to a nutrient in milk which is different than intolerance, lactose intolerance. I see. I understand. Well, if you eat stuff without care, well, cheesecake is really good. Maybe just have a bite or two the next time you're at like a Starbucks or whatever. Or ideally, you're not at a Starbucks because, you know, Starbucks is evil, etc., etc. Next time you're at like a coffee shop. A local business, if you will. Never getting a Costco card then. No, but like the thing is, it does pay itself, like it does pay it back. It does even out if you're buying groceries for like buying a large amount of groceries, or just honestly a ton of things. If you just need to buy stuff, whether it be groceries or like appliances or fucking anything, getting a Costco the cost of the Costco membership pays itself off the moment you buy like a few items. Oh yeah, someone else can have it and you just go in with them. You can just do that as well. You can just join someone who's also a member and go in. But like they treat it like a prestigious club. Like I get, you know, if I'm at like an airport lounge and there's a dude standing outside making sure you gotta have the right credentials to walk in, that I get it, right? Because, you know, that's that. But you're a fucking like warehouse of items to buy. This is a store. The fact that you have a dude standing outside making sure everyone's got the right credentials is kind of weird to me. And I don't really like that. In my personal experience. But that could just be broke bitch me not having a Costco membership card. I say broke, but like, you know, realistically, if it were in my area, because it's not ultimately, but if it were in my area and it were convenient to buy from Costco for like my daily necessities, then I would probably get a membership. You have someone who has a membership buy you a gift card, then you can go in. What? Oh, I thought you could just +1 tag along with them to buy stuff, right? I don't know. Friends have cards, so just go with them, just use the card. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Costco card members are not as annoying as American Express users. Is there something about... Wait, hold on. Is there something wrong with the AE? What's going on? What's wrong with American Express? I've not been made aware. I don't know. Because, you know, it's just a credit card, isn't it? Is it not? Am I mistaken? It's not even accepted as widely as Vita. Yeah, it's bullshit. Like my... Okay, well... like my AE card doesn't even get accepted for like half the shit I need to pay for. It's annoying. I hate my American Express card. It fucking sucks. Why is there like a reputation for people being stuck up as like American Express users? They have the lounges at airports and snitch on people that don't have the cards. Okay, that's pretty cringe. Why would you snitch on people who don't have the cards? Fuck off. That's cringe. And why have it? Because like for the stuff I can pay for, I use it, I guess, is the why. And you know, for the lounge things they have, but I haven't actually been to an American. Okay, I got an American Express card relatively recently, but I haven't used it for its lounges yet, so I can't report on the quality of it. But I've been told it's like that's nice if you're traveling a lot, which I'm not. But I just got the card anyways. There's good cashback and purchase protection compared to Visa. Right, okay. That can like, that makes sense. Like that's like reasonable to me, you know? Plus Plaid card users just don't tip. Okay. Hello? My game is just not cooking today. Hi everyone, is my computer on? The great honor chairman finally with a card. No, it's just like I just got like a card. I'm back. Okay. Game, but you can see what happened. I don't have to explain to you. My thing crashed for a second. This is normal behavior. This happens in every Kara Super live stream. You're used to it, right? You talk more about consumerism tomorrow's stream. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, that's what we're doing tomorrow. But I didn't know there was something. I didn't know there was that reputation because I'm not that into the like. I'm not like. I didn't get the card and went, yes, I'm part of the exclusive club now. Like I didn't think that. I was just like, okay, it's another card, I guess. If I need to make purchases for emergencies, I'll use it. But otherwise, I'm going to try not to use it. What did you want? You recall the ingredients, don't you? Lavender, ghost fruit, and a color swapped ghost fruit as well. That's not a ghost fruit. What the fuck? I wasn't harvesting ghost fruit at all. That's vapor. Where's ghost fruit? Ghost rose ghost fruit. There it is. I'm a goddamn buffoon. Okay. Alright. Let's try again. Now. Is that ghost fruit? Blue loop. Nope, that's not it. So it's got to be surrounded by yellows. Okay, where are the yellow seeds? There they are. No. Go back here. Okay. This would be a lot easier with a proper PC and with a controller. Neither of those things I have, and I'm just trying to stream this. We're gonna see your elitism next stream. You're never gonna see my elitism. I will not show it to peasants. Simple as that. Sorry, I don't make the rules. Prism pepper. That's not it either. Shit. What? It's the last thing. It's the it's green surrounded by. Wait, no. I already did. It's green surrounded by green. Oh my god, I'm a fool. Okay. Yeah, we got it right this time, right? There we are. I gotta drop my fucking fruits as well. Got too many. Drop. 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 Oh, damn it. Put it back down on the ground. Ah. Okay. Ghost fruit. There we go. Did she want 1 or 2 ghost fruits? Where are you? I forget. Oh my god, I keep forgetting. Let me run back. Come here. What did you say? I must inquire as to the state of my tea. You recall the ingredients, don't you? Lavender, ghost fruit, and color swapped ghost fruit. Yes, okay, you want 1 color swap, 1 non-color swap. Gotcha, okay. Okay, that's a weed, that's a root. Cutting that now. Okay. Where's the damn garden? There it is. Okay, how do you get the... we need to put the color shrooms next to it. Next to the ghost peppers. Here. And finally... here. And then we water it. We don't have to water it. Different colored ghost fruit. Fantastic. Okay, we can go back now and do the thing, I think. Tea is not for me. Tea is not for me. Parcel? Alright. Okay, I need to talk about the tipping thing. I just don't think... oh god, this is like, I'm not gonna get in trouble, but people are not gonna like this because like 40% of my audience is American. The tip... workers who work in restaurants and other areas, like waiters and such, and waitresses, who rely on tipping culture to make a living, should not be subject to those circumstances. They should just be paid a fair and living wage, and tips should actually be extra and not something they rely on in their income. And part of that is also because, you know, I'm kind of a broke philosophy major right now. But that's why I also don't tip generally. I don't usually tip. There's very rarely a reason why I would. And you, like, I see the arguments for like, okay, yeah, you, like, that's agreeable, Chairman, but you should still tip because the workers need it. I need it more, okay? I need the money more than you. And I don't mean that in like a... okay, I don't need it more. That's a lie. Probably don't need it more than you. But like, we both need it just as much. And our infighting should not be the focal point. I think we should band together and, you know, admonish a system that would allow such a thing, such a culture to exist in the first place. That's what we should do, okay? Don't worry, we Americans also hate tipping culture. Good, because like it's fucking ridiculous. What is wrong with you people? Like, what happened to have led to these set of circumstances where like you have to pay extra so the guy or delivering your Uber Eats can like make a living? What went wrong? What the why does the onus lie on me, the fucking person, to do that? Okay, well maybe not the Uber Eats, because that I feel like is a little like, you know, I've already ranted about that enough. But really just the... like if I'm at a restaurant and you're serving me food, why is there a service fee? For that matter, actually, here's my, not hot take, but here's my like, here's where the opinion extends further here, okay? There should be no service fee. I shouldn't get a plus 10% service charge, okay? No. You shouldn't add 10, 20% fucking below my bill and be like, okay, this is actually to pay for this service and this is actually to pay for this service. Why don't you add a rent charge, fucking dumbass? Why don't you add like oh, the economy's not doing very well charge? Why don't you add like oh, the owner had like a surgery recently, so we're adding a charge there? Why don't you do that? You fucking idiot. There is literally no reason, and it's not idiocy. I don't think it's idiocy. I say you're an idiot, like, to the hypothetical straw man that exists in this scenario, but I understand the reality is, like, it's not incompetency, I think. The reality is, the reason why these charges exist is because it's just an invisible way to inflate the ultimate amount of money you pay for a service, a good and service. Like, it is literally just there to inflate the final total and to deceive you. It is deceptive pricing. That is literally deceptive pricing. Because, like, service charge, oh, you gotta pay the workers. No, dumbass. Whatever I paid to buy when I bought the coffee that cost $3 fucking for you to, you know, make. Like, the beans don't cost that much. The bean water, the bean juice doesn't cost that much. Why the hell, you know, why does it cost more than when I make it at home? Because I'm paying for the service. I'm paying for the other things. I'm paying. They have to keep the lights on at the coffee shop. They have to pay the rent. They have to be able to afford to invest in the machines. That's all part of the business venture. And in exchange, they make these investments and buy these things and have these, like, things in place so that the marginal cost for the production of the coffee is actually relatively cheap due to economies of scale and other things. And because of that, but because you're a business, you need to, you know, break even, or you need to, like, make a profit. That's the whole goal. You can charge that upcharge for my convenience. It would be ridiculous for me to buy a whole ass setup and have a personal dedicated, like, you know, coffee artist to make my coffee for me. That's fine. I'm willing to pay the extra money, the $3, whatever it will cost, to buy that cup of coffee, because that covers that charge. It covers that cost. Why in the goddamn fuck? Like it's, did you just forget to put, like, another variable in the equation when you're doing the math? Did you just forget? No, you didn't. You want to make me think that, oh, also I gotta remember, I gotta pay for the server who has to pour out the coffee for me. No, that shit should be covered in the bill. That shit should be covered in the pricing of the coffee the moment it's set there. Okay, failure to do that should be classified as inept business practice and, you know, deceptive charging. But the fact that it's so accepted and normalized, not just, you know, not in the States, but, like, you know, around the world. I think it's the case in the States as well. Just around the fucking world. That shit is, like, it pisses me off that we've all just kind of accepted, yeah, I guess there's a 10% service charge. What the fuck is a 10% service charge? You put the price on the menu, I pay the price on the menu. The only thing I think is acceptable to calculate separately would be, like, if there was a value-added tax. To say, okay, there's the thing included. But guess what? Stores and other things and other, like, and the companies have been able to adapt and just take that into account as part of the calculation as well. And so the price they show you is, like, you know, hey, VAT included, tax included. Why the fuck is there a service charge that's separate? It makes no goddamn sense. It should be illegal. It should be outlawed. There should be policies against this, and restaurants who do this, if you are a restaurant, or if you're, like, an establishment that is charging me a service fee that is separate from whatever the hell I ordered in the first place, I should be allowed the right not to pay it. Fuck you. Anyways, let's go give tea to, like, the guy. Came for the Play-Doh, stayed for the Let's Plays. Thank you, River. I appreciate that. Because I'm not doing a lot of Play-Doh. Where's the person? I hope they like my tea. And unlike those, like, insane corporate vampires, I'm not going to charge an extra service charge on this. Okay. If it's like a local business that has to make do, I would say it's still deceptive of you to put a service charge. I would rather you just add that into the calculation of the price, the menu item. And if it's, you know, good service, or if the product is actually that good and I enjoy it, and if I had the disposable income for it, tipping to support my local businesses makes sense to me too. But, like, I don't want to see, generally as a rule, I don't want to see 10% service charge anywhere. I will freak out. Okay. He's squeezing people for all they can get. No way. It's surprising, isn't it? Oh, man. Is tipping in Europe too? Hope Asia holds strong with no tipping. Because, okay, the thing is, like, tipping is itself is okay. For example, I feel as though when you're, like, if I'm a live streamer, if I'm a VTuber, the price of entry is free. The entry fee, the price of entry is free. And you can tip me if you want, if you really think it's really good, and that comes in the forms of donations. Like it's just a different word, but to me it's essentially the same thing. You are paying an extra cost to show your appreciation for the thing you are consuming. It's just the difference is there's no initial price tag to go walk into a VTuber stream or like a streamer stream in the first place. It's free. This shit is free. That's the only difference. But it's likewise, I think it's still tipping, and that's why I don't have it out against tipping in general. It's just that there's an animosity and that's evolved the tipping culture into this, you know, this thing that has made the class divide a lot worse. Instead of tipping, you buy a membership to your favorite. Yeah, so you could buy like a membership card. Exactly, that's another way to do it. You buy a membership card, you help them, but you also get, you know, points. You get to redeem stuff for free, and your loyalty translates to economic stability, like financial stability for them. They have like a stable income they can expect because of this membership. But because of that, also, economies of scale, blah blah blah. They can afford to give you a break too, and so there's incentive for you as the consumer to want to go to the coffee shop more, so you can get a free coffee after every 5 coffees you buy, and that's great. Capitalism go bird. Like, because the thing is, like, capitalism is not itself, like, when I say, like, you know, capitalism bad and all of that, like, there are things that are capitalism is not perfect, and it's incredibly flawed, and it, like, I could complain about all day. I literally read the Communist Manifesto on stream. Okay, that is something I actually did. But at the end of the day, it is like the best system we have. It is the strongest, best system we have. It is unfortunate that that's the case, but none of us have been able to come up with a consistently better system that has allowed the flourishing of mankind as much as this. And there's not that much. And there's a lot to hate about it. There's a lot to hate about it, but it's, you know, it's a little better than before. Enough to get. We learned that tipping and AI are enough to make them go into a stream-worthy rant. I can rant about anything. I just choose not to control myself. I have self-control, I think. Hold on, let's read this. Splendid, thank you. Now, my dear, while a teammate be in fact be competent, it is certainly not what I requested. What the fuck are you saying? I would suggest that you return to your fundamentals. Think again on the basics of tea preparation. The components themselves are simple. Lavender, ghost fruit, and cholesterol ghost fruit. I didn't put the fucking ghost fruit. I didn't put the lavender in. I didn't put the lavender in. I didn't put the lavender in. I didn't put the fucking lavender in. I'm a buffoon. What is that? Prison pepper. I didn't put it in. I didn't put it in. I didn't put it in. I should have put it in. What the hell is that trinket doing here? Why is it in the... What? I'm gonna put it on the table. Okay, I guess I'm not putting it on the table. I'm just putting it here. Manifesto's kind of weak. Das Capital is where it's at. Okay. It's never enough. No. You put it on the cleaning boat? Did I do that? I don't remember doing that. I blanked out. I blanked out when I did that. You got mail. To the anonymous sender of packages. Hello, this is Mayor Quims in writing. I am following up on a series of cases that Detective Greyline had been assigned to, and I've been told that you were only solved once you sent the exact evidence needed to solve them. After your most recent delivery, concrete evidence that Farmer Little did not tar and feather his own house, I have made the decision to relieve Detective Greyline of his duties and instead replace you in charge of all criminal investigation in our fair city. I realize this may come as a surprise, but all of us here are more than confident you will be up to the task. Please know that you have our full support, and we will eagerly await your next delivery. Thank you and continue your tremendous work in the name of justice. Farmer Little asked me to send you some of his award-winning soup as thanks. Award-winning soup? Yum. Okay. Soup. But what the hell was I talking about? I don't remember what I was talking about before this. Oh, I remember now. So, being the philosophy major in my friend group, right? just got promoted. Yeah, you know, it happens. Sometimes you're just minding your business, and then boom, now you're actually like in charge of the criminal investigation of a whole city. It happens. Doesn't it happen to you? Anyways, no, that's not. I didn't want to talk to you, Boro. Nope. I wanted to get on the ladder. You're kind of in the way. Okay, I'm getting on. Oh, hold on. I have to try this tea first, and then I'll drink. Let me just try this tea. Okay, let me sit on a chair, drink this tea, and then I'll tell you about how and then I'll tell you an anecdote about tipping optional service charges and me and my friend groups. Let's just have this tea first, though.
Ooh. Okay. Fabricated names of popular songs. Let's see. How about Sunshine Song? Or a song about love? Oh, God. These suck. This isn't, look, I don't know popular music at all.
Same.
Tippy Tappy. Zippy Zappy?
Same.
Sure, whatever. That could be a song. I don't listen to music. This isn't my thing. You're a swell angel of songs. And you're sweet, so dance and do a song thing.
Dance me to the end
There.
of love.
Are you happy? That's a song.
Close enough.
It's a stupid, awful song, but I don't even care. Ugh. Leave me alone.
I feel like I intrigued in a personal monologue that I only joined in after like 10 minutes of intense discussion. I feel like that made no sense to me. Whatever. Can't believe Detective Greyline is out of the job. How is he going to pay his kids for his kids' school? Well, hopefully education is just subsidized for everyone in that city and they can all go to school and it's all good. Because, you know, education's so great. We all love it. It wouldn't make sense for a city that could afford to have a private investigator to solve all these issues not be able to afford the basic infrastructure required to provide education for everyone, right? 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 I'm sure. Anyways, here's my anecdote on like service charges. Or not really an anecdote. It's not really an anecdote. It's just more like a thing that I do. Or that like I have to do. So when my friends and I go out, sometimes there's like an optional service charge. And if you don't know what an optional service charge is, when you go to a restaurant, you know, you order food and you get everything and the bill's done. There's a 10% service charge to put in, but it's like optional because they do pay their waiters and waitresses like a living wage or whatever. Or is it a service charge? It's just some charge, right? And like, so you don't feel guilt tripped to like you have to pay it. They say it's optional. And they put instructions on the bill that's like, okay, we've calculated your total bill, including the service charge. If you would not like this, please speak to our staff and ask to remove it. And like, as the resident philosophy major, the responsibility, of course, thusly so, lies upon me to... Ooh, it's a nice cup. To go up to the the people in charge, or like, you know, the waiter or whatever, when the final bill arrives, to ask them to not give us that service charge. And usually, and I fucking hate it, it's the word. Here's the thing. I don't enjoy this, okay? But the difference between me and my friends are like, because we all dread that social interaction when you have to ask the restaurant staff like, hey, I'm sorry, but we're not going to pay this service charge, like, and they'll ask you why. We all hate that response, that interaction. The reason why it falls on me is I'm the only one who would rather confront who would rather deal with this social confrontation than to just pay the damn 10%. Because frankly speaking, I'm the only one who's like cheap, who's too cheap to like be able to afford that extra 10% to avoid that social interaction. Right. And so sometimes, you know, they'll put up like, I miss a dime mug, me too, man. But sometimes they'll put up like a service charge in the bill, and it's 10% of the fucking bullshit that, you know, they do. And I have to go up and be like, hey, sorry, but can you just remove this part of the service charge? Now, some of the nicer restaurants with the staff that are human beings, right? They'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, don't worry. They'll like, I'm 60 years old, right? But I look young enough, I think, that they'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe this is like a struggling college student, which, you know, is not too far from the truth. So like it makes sense why they can't afford to pay the optional charge and they want to get it removed. And they won't ask them any questions. They'll just be like, okay, we get it. No problem. We'll have it removed. And then that's a very relatively painless process. One time I was doing it and this motherfucker went like, hold on, let me just find the right ghost fruit. Oh, where's the colored where's the gray ghost fruit? There's a pink ghost fruit and there's a gray ghost fruit. They're supposed to be different colors. Where are the color variants? Are these ghost fruits? Oh shit, those are weeds. Vapor sprout. Vapor sprout. There's no more ghost fruits? Are you kidding me? No, there are. Okay. Okay, this is the gray one, I think. Yeah. Okay, good. Now I need lavender. How the hell do I get lavender again? Where is it? Lavender. Vapor wheat. So vapor sprouts, which do I have vapor? Vapor. I do have one vapor sprout. Okay, good. So the onus falls on me to deal with the service charge thing. The issue was one time when we were asking for it to be removed. I was asking the waiter, and then the waiter looked confused and was like, oh, what? And I was like, yeah. So it's an optional service charge, and you literally said in the bill and on the menu that you could remove it if we asked, right? So I'm asking you to remove it. And then the guy gets really confused. He's like, what's going on? And I was like, well, do you not understand what I just said to you? I'm asking you if you could remove it, please. Thank you. So the waiter goes back to like the back of the kitchen or something, and then they bring out like, probably not the chef, but like the manager of the restaurant. The manager's coming up. Hi, sir. What seems to be the problem? I'm like, there's no problem. I was just asking for the service charge removed. And he was like, why? What was wrong with the service? And I had to, oh my God. Like I'm recalling it now in fear and dread. But the dude was like, what's wrong with the food? And I had to be like, fucking, don't make me do this, man. Don't fucking, ugh. So I went, there's nothing wrong with the food. We enjoyed it. And he was like, good, then that's good then. And I was like, but you know, this is an optional, you know, service charge that you've written down that can be removed upon request. That's what you said. You didn't like, and I did in my head, I was thinking, you didn't specify the conditions. That was like, if you are unhappy with it, you can request for the service charge to be funded. That's not what the wording was. Just if you want it removed, you can have it removed. So I was asking for it to be removed because I was like, look, I'm gonna be like, I was just like, and nothing was wrong with the food. It was all fine. It was all good. I'm asking for it to be removed because I can't afford to pay that much money. Like I can't afford to pay that extra 10% for what we'd ordered already. Was what I said initially. The guy looks at me again, and it's like he doesn't understand. It's like he doesn't get like what I'm saying. Did I throw the tea ball in? I don't remember if I threw the tea ball in. Doesn't hurt to throw another one, right? Okay, I think it should be fine. All right. Did I boil it? Did I boil the tea? Did I boil the tea or am I an idiot? Hold on, I'll just serve it to her and see what happens. Why does it look like that? Did I just forget to boil the tea? Fuck. It's already too late. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Where are you? Ma'am, where are you? There's no particle effects. I think it's over. Yeah. I'm gonna serve it to her anyways. And thank you. Now my dear must say it's utterly lukewarm. Fuck, 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 fuck. She's completely right. I'm fucking up. I'm fucking it up. Ah. God damn it. Ah. It looks like an ice cream. Ah. I forgot to boil it. I'm fucking annoyed, man. Do I have another? I don't have. I need to go get this shit again. Oh, I'm ending the stream after this, I swear to God. She believes she asked for tea, not Neapolitan ice cream. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Fuck. God, I'm never running a tea shop. I would not do well. I would be too distracted talking to the voices in my head. I wouldn't be able to run a tea shop very well. Can we get more from the ghost tree? We can't. It's over. It's fucking over. It's not over. We're back. We're so back actually because the green. We just need to get more green. Do it again. Do it again. Okay, we got it. Sorry, where was I? This affects your tip. So, it does definitely. I don't deserve to get tipped if I ever offer like a tea brewing service. But anyways, I said that to the guy. I was like, I can't, like, it's just because we can't afford this because we're like students. We are like college students. Please, like, can you just remove the service charge? And the guy just like didn't understand what we were saying. Like, I think is what he was trying to do. He was trying to feign like not that he didn't get what we were trying to say. And then finally I was like, okay, now, like in my head I was like, now normally I don't want to do this because normally when I'm at a restaurant I don't like nitpicking stuff. Okay, normally when I just have the food, I'm happy. I'm just happy that it's made. I'm just happy that they served me food and I get to eat food. That's cool. It's not, if it's, you know, like generally speaking, it's a good time because it's also a social experience and it's a gathering. And I want to stay optimistic and positive about it. I don't want to make a stink about it in the kitchen, right? I don't want to do that. But this guy has pushed me too far, okay? This guy's pushed me too fucking far. So here's what I'm gonna do. Here, I'm gonna actually tell you what's, okay, like, that's not what I did. But, like, I just kind of, then I was like, okay. If you, like, here's what's wrong with the food. Or, like, here's our difficult, why we don't feel like we should pay this service charge, okay? And we said, look, we walked around, oh God. Hello? Speaking of walking around, I can't even walk around in a video game correctly. Hello? Hello? Okay, I'm just gonna not move. I feel like my game needs to... Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just not gonna... Look, my game just like started freezing and dying, and it's been 5 hours. I'm like, all right, fuck it. I'm just not streaming anymore after this. Not even gonna finish the tea for fuck that. I'm gonna do that next time, I guess. Let me just finish what I had in my head going on. I'll retell this story tomorrow with less jumps and like cuts and lag to make sure everyone's on the right pace with me, okay? But I just kind of went like, listen, we walked around a ton of different restaurants, and we walked into this one because we looked nice, but like we'd actually observed other menus earlier in different places. They charge maybe like 2/3 of what you're charging, but their portion sizes are much larger than what we ended up getting tonight. And we didn't want to complain about it because we wanted to be nice, you know, we wanted to respect the way, you know, your restaurant is operated here. But we did feel extremely dissatisfied. Frankly speaking, part of the reason why we're gonna have to request a deduction of this service charge on this bill is we're gonna have to use that money after having a meal here to go out to like a McDonald's or something so we can actually fill up before we, you know, head home and retire. And this is not the restaurant experience we've ever had before. Like, it's not restaurant experience we've ever had before, which that was a lie, but you know, like, you stay with me here, right? Like, I've never had to go to a restaurant, pay so much money for food, and then not be full enough that when I go back, like, you know, I have to buy more food. And the worst part was, like, no, not the worst part, but like, I didn't necessarily have a problem with the quality of the food. I thought it was good and I thought it was well made, but I don't think the quality of it justified how much less of it we were getting by portion. Then I explained that, then I said, okay, you know what? And then I was on a snowball now. At this point, I was like, okay, I've got that momentum. We're clicking, we're going. And I was like, you know, actually come to think of it. Well, I didn't come to think of it, but I was like, in addition, we were not very pleased with the seating arrangements at the restaurant because we actually came in here like an hour before we actually walked in and tried to, you know, reserve a table, or not reserve a table. We tried to queue up early, and then like they said it would only take a moment, and we walked like, so they said it would take this much time, like 30 minutes, and so we went away, and then we came back 30 minutes later to come back to the restaurant, and then you said it would take another 15 minutes, and we didn't mind. We stood there for another 15 minutes before we were served and walked in. Okay, we got in, and then like we were ready to order. It took another like 10 minutes for the waiter to actually show up and get our order, and then like when you serve the food itself was fine. But then, you know, when we were done with it as well, it did also take a while for you to retrieve it. And we were very patient with this. We were completely understanding and reasonable, and we thought we didn't want to complain about it. We didn't want to make a fuss. But this did lead to overall, combined with, you know, the food portions and these other problems, our dissatisfaction with our restaurant experience. And that's why we need to, and that's why I feel compelled to request this 10% off. This 10% like additionally tacked in bullshit fee. I didn't say that part out loud, but in my head I was thinking that. Like, I would like to kindly request for this to be taken off because of our dissatisfactions. And then the guy was like, okay. That guy just went, sure, and I'm sorry for your experience. And I was like, it's fine, it's okay, just take it off. I don't care. Don't apologize. I don't want anything. Just take off the damn extra service charge, and we'll leave happy. Okay, it's fine. But you forced, I didn't think, again, I thought this part, I didn't say it out loud. I was like, you forced my hand, motherfucker. You wanted to hear what was wrong with it. I'll give you what's wrong with it. Yeah. Generally, I'm very easy to please. Sorry. I didn't want to do it, but they made me do it. Okay? They forced my hand. I had no choice. Anyways, I think that'll be it for the stream. I've talked enough. My game is crashed. That's how bad it is. That's how long my game's been going, that it had to crash. I'm gonna have to reset my computer again before I do anything else, honestly. Sorry that I was so negative the first half, or honestly the first 3 hours of the stream. I try not to be, but like, you know, when I don't have much to talk about, I kind of tend to loop back into things that concern me or upset me and frustrate me. And then, like, you know, I just rant about it. I just like vent about stuff in a way that's not very structured. So hopefully towards the end we were a bit more positive. I know I literally just ended this on an anecdote for why like tipping culture pisses me the hell off, but just pretend like most of it was positive, and we did some, you know, mental emotional healing that was assisted by this game, Wanderstop. It's a great game so far. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that I'm streaming it too, I feel as though the performance things would not be a big issue. I really think the game would be running smoothly. It's just I am overclocking my computer to try to have it streamed as well. Which leads me to say, I don't know if I'll be streaming this game in the future as well. Post this point, as I've observed from yesterday and today's stream, that like there were frequent, you know, performance crashes, and also it's a weird game for me to stream. I just don't feel like my commentary is interesting or like, you know, relates to the story as much as it should. And then when there's time, when I'm finally getting into a groove of just talking about stuff, the game demands my attention again, and there's like there's a strange sort of like I'm not sure how to deal with it, right? But I hope everyone understands that, because that I probably won't be streaming this game in the near future. I might come back to visit it soon, but like, and there's nothing to say about this game's quality, because I think so far it's really good. I want to continue playing. I'm gonna probably play it off stream by myself, but that like my weird uncertainty with how to stream it combined with the performance issues we've been having, I don't know if I'll be streaming this again. I hope that's fine. It probably is. I don't think anyone who was really here that really cared about Wanderstop too much, so that's okay. I hope. I'm gonna play it on my own time. Yeah. I don't know if I'd ever be so forward like that, but I get it. So I don't like to do that. I don't want to be. I'm usually like, you know that meme with like Luigi and Daisy, and like Daisy's kind of like, he said no pickles. I'm usually like, I can do both. So I'm at the back because I enjoy being at the back more. I'm just like, you know, I'm like, I don't want to be confrontational. I don't want to talk about it. I just want to enjoy my thing and leave. I just want to do that. But when push comes to shove, and like, you know, it's do or die, as in like, I really need to save that money because I'm fucking broke, I'll do whatever it takes. I'll do it. Listen, man, money talks and it speaks loudly. And it's telling me, Karen Sufanor, you gotta fucking go up to the guy and tell him exactly everything that's wrong with the restaurant experience so you won't be charged extra. And I go, okay, fuck, I gotta do it. Okay, let's lock in. What about finishing the game for our team? Like, I think I'll just tell our team that, like, look, you're gonna have to play it yourself because I can't stream it. It keeps crashing. Or it keeps like slowing down and like, you know, bugging out and shit. Or maybe I will in the future when I eventually get like my PC fixed, because I have a PC that's not this one, but it's like there's something wrong with it and I haven't been able to get it fixed yet. But like when I can get it fixed and when I can get it working again, I'll just use that, and then it should be able to handle this game. He will be mean if it means he says when he's like that duck. No, it's just like, because it's not like I would never, like, I have given to, like, for example, I have given to charities. I've worked at charities. I have contributed to charities. I have like been on many occasions, like on more than one occasion at least, been a volunteer at charity events, right? I don't have a problem with being charitable and doing things for free and, you know, outside of my time. I do have a problem with just, I'm broke as fuck. That's literally it. I'm just broke. I'm actually just broke. I need this money so I can buy food to be full for the night, or else I'm just gonna have to starve until the next day. And I don't really want to do that tonight. That was the mindset I had, okay? You let our team play it, do you think she will decrease your debt? I don't know why she would decrease my debt if I let her play it. I don't know what that means. Like, as in, if she has her own time to play it, well then it's not me. That's not, because our team is not like my full-time artist. Our team's got other shit to do as well. That is probably a lot more significant and important than, like, you know, creating artwork for a VTuber. So like, that's what's keeping our team busy, on top of my occasional commission requests. So I don't know. But yeah, like, that's I mean, play your file? What? Why would you not just play your own file? What would the purpose of that be? No, I don't think she would want to play on my file. I don't think so. I don't know. I guess I'll have to ask our team. I don't think our team's even watched the past stream anyways. Well, live probably, definitely not, because I stream at ass o'clock for our team. But the VOD, I don't think our team's had time to even watch yet. But when we get there, we'll get there when we get there. Is what I'm thinking. Anyways, that's it. I gotta go. I'll be back tomorrow. Much later, somewhat later than when today's stream started. It's already scheduled. You'll be able to see it. That's the 500 celebration stream. So it's gonna be really great. It's gonna be really fun. It's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be a new era for Karis Euphranor. And even if you don't intend to, especially if you don't intend to give me any money, which, you know, I hope you don't. Honestly, I'd rather you don't have any intention to give me money. That's fine. That's good. Please show up anyways, because I feel like it would be kind of funny what I do with it. But I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm overestimating my plans for, like, you know, a stream. It's the celebration goal. It is the goal milestone that we've achieved, and we can celebrate it now. It's not, I didn't promise anyone anything. I didn't promise you guys anything. I promised an ASMR stream at 1,000 subs, not at 500. I don't think I promised anything at 500. I've tossed around several ideas, but none of them have really stuck with me. Like, I've tossed around ideas such as, like, okay, I'll read one like AO3 entry that people vote on, maybe, is like as a reading stream, as a joke, maybe. Or maybe I could like set up a Discord or like a whatever, but I don't want to set up a Discord. Fuck that. I don't want to be a part of it, frankly. Just like things like that, we've toyed with some ideas, but I've not been able to land at anything. So you know what? Part of 500 subs is I'm gonna ask you what you want, and if there's something reasonable, if there's a reasonable milestone request that I think, yeah, I can do that, sure, for people, then I will do that, and I'll ask tomorrow. That's what I'll ask. You said you'd crawl on the ground for $2. That's not, you are twisting the words I said. That's not exactly what I meant. That's not like an invitation to throw me $2 so I'll crawl on the ground. I was making an exaggerated, like, whatever. I don't know if it's just me, but it's fun completing other people's profiles. I've never heard of that. I didn't know that's like a thing. Like finishing people's like game save files. Because for me it's the opposite actually. Because it's like I want to play my save file. That's my playthrough of the game, right? But I guess if you're watching someone play it and then you pick off where they left off, could be fun. Like you're kind of like co-oping in a way, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be fun, but I've never thought about it before. Which is why, like, sometimes I struggle with watching VTubers stream certain games that I want to play, because I'm like, fuck, I want to watch them play it, but I gotta play it first, and then I gotta find the time to play it, and when I finally do, I can watch them play it. You know what I mean? I'm happy that most of you probably don't have that problem, but yeah. Okay. Long stream. I gotta go. 500 streams tomorrow. Gonna be shorter, hopefully. And I will see you then. Please get questions ready. I'll probably set up, like, what was it? Straw poll? Straw page? Straw page, isn't that right? Isn't that the thing? Straw page. Excuse me. That's a website builder. It's a website builder. It's a drag and drop website builder. The fuck? Real easy to set up so you can send it on. Okay, I'll figure it out and I'll post it on Twitter and I'll post it on YouTube as well. And also just I'll have it. I'll actually, I don't know. But I also want it to be like live. You got $10 total. Will you say money like Mr. Krabs? It depends on how he says it. But yes, it's time for the dance monkey dance. That's what it's.
That's right, folks. Longtime owner Mr. Krabs is opening a new restaurant called the Krusty Krab 2. First of all, congratulations, Mr. Krabs.
Hello, I like money.
What inspired you to build a second Krusty Krab right next door to the original?
Money.
That's not the one. Is that?
Money, 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 money.
Copyright?
Money,
Oh shit,
money,
I didn't think about that.
money, money, money.
That's not what the fuck I was looking for.
Money, money, money.
Why is it just fucking videos of crabs like falling into their death and being destroyed? What? That's terrible. Okay, I don't know what that is. Will I say it like Mr. Krabs? I guess I will. I don't know. I'll figure it out tomorrow. All right, goodbye. Get out of here, everyone. There's no more stream today. No more.